Chapter 618, whose hunting target is Black Star. Mad Blade's expression changed, and his face was filled with shock. The expressions of the others also became strange. Black Star was the leader of their faction, and when they heard that someone wanted to deal with him, they felt as if they had a common enemy. How Tion's eyes flashed, and he said in the channel, "We might have opened a new mission line. Mingwei, continue asking and try to trigger more hidden missions." Sleepy Winter nodded. "Black Star is our captain, and we will definitely deliver this list to him. However, want to know more. Can you tell us the details of this list?" "The people on the list are all famous individuals from all over the Shattered Star Ring," Ronaldo said with a deep voice. "They are not ordinary grade A supers. They are basically big shots with organizations or lone wolves who are famous for their individual strength. The goal of this group of people is to hunt and capture these powerful individuals. According to what I know, some of the people on the list have already gone missing." "Who are the people on the list?" Sleepy Winter followed up with another question. "That seems to be a mysterious group. I don't know where they came from, so I'll just call them hunters for now. They're the strongest people on the list. I've only met them once. At that time, I encountered 2 hunters who were extremely strong, probably at the level of A+. Ronaldo's eyes turned serious, and he added, "My hands were broken by one of them. "So, you're also a target of the hunters?" "No." Ronaldo shook his head. Sleepy Winter was stunned, and he said with a confused expression. Then, this time, Ronaldo interrupted him and explained, "I'm an outsider who was implicated, so I only lost 2 hands." After pausing for a while, he continued, "I have a friend who is also a Calamity grade. He's the target on the list. He runs an armed organization in the Skywalker star system and has a close relationship with the Hutt civilization. A year ago, I was a guest at his headquarters. Everything was normal at first, but 2 hunters suddenly appeared and killed their way into the headquarters. No one could stop them. Thus, my friend and I joined forces to face the enemy. However, the 2 of them possessed overwhelming battle prowess, and we were utterly defeated. During the battle, I used some method to steal some information from their communicators and obtain this incomplete list of names. Those 2 people's target was my friend, so they captured him and took him away. As for me, I was heavily injured and fell to the side. No matter what, I'm still a grade A super. I thought that they would take me away, but they didn't even look at me and just swaggered away. They don't seem to care about non-target people." Ronaldo suddenly smiled bitterly. "It can also be said that they didn't put me in their eyes, so I escaped." Everyone was astonished. The goal of the hunters was to capture the strong, but they didn't take away an A-class strong who was seriously injured and had lost the ability to fight back. Was this a clear goal, or was their vision too high? No matter what, this group of mysterious hunters seemed to be unfathomable. This hidden storyline is definitely not simple. Mad Blade said in the channel, "Although the hunters are very mysterious, the people on the list are disappearing one by one. This can't be hidden, and it means that the hunters are still on the move." Ronaldo continued, "Please be sure to pass the list to Black Star. Although I don't know him, since the Black Star mercenaries helped me, I don't mind reminding your army commander." He also had a small plan. Black Star had the Dragon Emperor behind him, so he might be able to deal with the hunters. If Black Star succeeded, he would not have to continue hiding here. The reason he kept a low profile was because he was afraid that he would one day be on the list of hunters. Although he had only fought them once, he was already scared of them. This time, the player's interface had a notification. "You have triggered the hidden mission mysterious hunting list." Everyone looked at each other and nodded. In a certain star system in the Shattered Star Ring, a spaceship with obvious signs of damage was moving at full speed like a stream of light across the dark universe. "Warning! Warning! Fuel reserves have dropped to the warning line. Exiting hyperdrive mode in 1 minute," the artificial intelligence said. "Damn it! Those 2 fellows will catch up." Bang! In the cockpit, Kernid was furious. He slammed his fist on the control panel with an anxious expression. He was from a humanoid race with dark purple skin, and there were natural patterns on his skin. He wore a specially made runic armor battle suit that was a combination of mechanical and magical technology. The armor was filled with countless mysterious magic runes both inside and outside, having over 100 types of magical functions. It was a combat equipment commonly used by interstellar mages. However, this expensive rune armor was now in tatters. It was covered in Kernid's blood and was damaged all over. Kernid was the strongest official of a certain star system civilization, and he was also an honorary member of the Hidden Red Robe Abbey. He was a mage, and his nickname was Dark Purple Warlock. He had a very high reputation in the star system he was active in, but he was currently running for his life, and he had never been in such a sorry state before. Everything was because of the two enemies that suddenly appeared. He had been enjoying a paid vacation and traveling outside, but he had encountered two mysterious strangers. Without saying anything, they had directly attacked him, and he had started fighting in a daze. Following which, Kernid was shocked to find that he was not a match for the two of them and was heavily injured. Luckily, he had a trump card and managed to shake the two of them off. He boarded the spaceship and escaped, but the two mysterious enemies chased after him, and he did not dare to stop. The fuel was quickly depleted, and the spaceship gradually slowed down. It finally left the hyperdrive mode and returned to normal flight mode. *T. Kernid was sweating profusely as he clenched his fists. As soon as he said that, the buzzing sound of magic passed through the layers of cabin walls and was captured by Kernid's sharp senses. His expression changed drastically. At the belly of the spaceship, a blue ring lit up, following which the ring expanded rapidly and turned into a teleportation gate. Two people walked out from it. The two of them wore white coats of the same style, and there was no logo on them. The material of the clothes seemed to be very unique, and countless tadpole-like enchanted runes flashed on them. The two of them, a man and a woman, both wore special alloy masks that covered their faces. The man's mask looked like a bird's head, while the woman's mask looked like a cat's. More than 10 thick ancient books floated around the man, and they were all open. They were filled with magic words and were shining with colorful magic light. The golden runes turned into a few rings and surrounded the man's body. The location is correct. The man's tone was calm. He waved his finger, and the pages of one of the books suddenly flipped. The teleportation gate behind him shrunk into a dot and disappeared. He was a skilled master mage. All of a sudden, the wall in front of the two of them exploded, and dozens of radiant purple lights shot out from Kernid's hands in the cockpit, piercing through the layers of walls and attacking the two uninvited guests. He knew the strength of the two pursuers and attacked first. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the man changed his hand gesture, and all the books started flipping at the same time. A circle of blue magic enveloped him and the woman beside him, blocking all the attacks. All the purple arcs exploded into pieces of light, but they couldn't shake the circle at all. Kernid quickly passed through the hole. His rune armor lit up with layers of light, and countless magic power gathered on his body. Like a colorful stream of light, he crashed heavily into the blue magic barrier. He had already learned his lesson. Fighting with long-range magic was asking for humiliation, so he switched to melee combat as soon as they met. All of Kernid's power was concentrated on one point, and the energy did not dissipate at all. His control was extremely precise. If a normal grade A super were to face this attack, they would choose to avoid it and would not dare to face it head-on. However, facing these two mysterious enemies, he did not have much confidence. Dong! The sound was like a bell being struck. The blue magic shield took this hit and exploded into countless glass shards. It's effective. Kernid was overjoyed, and his confidence returned. However, the next moment, he saw the light shining on the man and woman's masks. Their eyes were calm and indifferent, as if they were unaffected by his full power attack. In the next moment, the shard of the magic barrier suddenly paused and fused together, turning into a brilliant bluish-white pillar of light that blasted onto Kernid's body. It was as if he was facing his own attack. Kernid's remaining attacks were interrupted, and he was sent flying. Suppressing the pain from his injuries, he asked in shock, "What did you do? What kind of secret technique is this?" Just a defensive spell was able to take the full power attack of an experienced calamity-grade super like him. Not only was the caster unharmed, but could also reflect all the power back at him. The effect sounded simple, but at their level, the more violent and simple the spell was, the more terrifying it was. Unlike those layers of magic shields that had quantitative changes, this spell was qualitative. I created it myself. The man's words were concise, but Kernid's eyes widened in disbelief. At this time, the woman beside him also made a move. She raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. Ka. The metal twisted, and the entire spaceship let out an ear-piercing, tearing sound. The next moment, the spaceship seemed to have been crushed into a ball of paper by a large hand, turning into an irregular sphere. Rumble, a large amount of oxygen leaked out, and the fuel and engines of the spaceship exploded. Flames shot out in all directions as the sphere exploded and disintegrated in an instant. All sorts of components flew out. In just a few seconds, the spaceship turned into space, trash floating in space. A spherical magic shield protected the man and woman, allowing them to float in space. Not far away, Kernid's rune armor also flickered with the light of a shield. The explosion of a spaceship had worsened Kernid's injuries, and his rune armor was on the verge of breaking. Without the spaceship, there was no way to escape. Kernid's eyes were filled with despair. Within the magic shield filled with oxygen, the woman waved her arm. All the metal trash around them gathered again, sandwiching Kernid in the center and turning him into a huge sphere again. It was as if every inch of the sphere was under immense pressure, squeezing inwardly. The metal sphere slowly shrank, and its irregular shape gradually became round, becoming denser and denser. At first, there was still some resistance within the sphere, but gradually, the struggle became softer and softer, and finally, there was no sound. Deep purple warlock Kernid, capture complete, the woman said coldly. The man took out his communicator, opened a list, crossed out Kernid's name, and said, Shauna, who should we choose as our next target? Shauna was this woman's name. She glanced at it, tapped on it, and said, him, the army commander of the Black Star Corps. He only joined the list a year ago, and his organization is developing very quickly. If not for this reason, we might not have paid attention to him. By the way, this guy's a bit special. He has the nickname of Indestructible Body, and he seems to be very difficult to deal with. If we want to deal with him, we should lure him to a suitable place and leave him alone. This requires enough preparation time, and we still have to bring Kernid back. Why don't we change our target? No need. We'll split up. You send him back, and I'll deal with Black Star, Shauna said calmly. According to the data, he only stepped into the Calamity Zone 2 or 3 years ago. Plus, he's a mechanic. I alone am enough to deal with him. The man paused, smiled, and said, I almost forgot. Your ability counters mechanics. All right, I'll go back and submit the mission. You go and capture him on the way. Looks like we've gained quite a lot this time. Chapter 619. On planet Golden Gate, in the training room of the Black Star Corps headquarters, a battle was in progress. Bang! The streamlined, pitch-black mechanical soldier knocked away the 5 blue-purple robot warriors and charged all the way to Reynolds against the lasers shot out by the 10 foundational turrets. Its arms transformed into 8 high-speed spinning spiral spikes and hit Reynolds' shield, creating intense sparks. Reynolds' face was solemn as he retreated, leaving behind an electromagnetic trap to control the pitch-black mechanical soldier. At the same time, he released blinding bolts of mechanical force and used some sort of ability to increase the power of the cannon. Ka. All of a sudden, the pitch-black mechanical soldier suddenly disintegrated and turned into a torrent of pitch-black nanoparticles, quickly returning to the side of a human figure not far away. The nanoparticles reassembled and turned back into the appearance of a humanoid mechanical soldier, silently guarding this person. Your abilities are getting stronger and stronger. Breaking through to the Calamity grade is just around the corner. This person clapped his hands and praised. It was Han Xiao. Compared to 2 years ago, Han Xiao was still young and handsome. His figure was slightly taller, and his aura was even more unfathomable. At this moment, he was still wearing a low-profile, luxurious black windbreaker and was not wearing his mechanical suit. "This is all thanks to your teachings," Reynolds said with a serious tone. "It's all because of your talent." Han Xiao waved his hands. Out of politeness, they complimented each other. After 2 years of learning, Reynolds' energy rank was gradually approaching grade A, and he would often request to spar with Han Xiao. Both of them were mechanics, and there was no need for them to fight each other. Thus, every time they sparred, it would be a small-scale battle to test the strength and precision of each machine. The pitch-black mechanical soldier beside Han Xiao was one of the new models of mechanical soldiers that he had researched in the past 2 years. It had an enhanced nanotransformation ability, and its stats were extremely outstanding. Its performance surpassed that of the Oathkeeper, making it an elite machine. It belonged to the echelon of calamity-grade equipment in Han Xiao's arsenal, and its model was called Phantasm. Every time he fought with Black Star, Reynolds would be shocked. This was because Black Star was always able to take out different powerful machines. Every time they sparred, he would use Black Star to test his weapons. Reynolds could not imagine how many mechanical blueprints Black Star knew. Even at Reynolds' level, learning a blueprint was not easy. If he were to study a new machine, it would be even more exhausting. However, Reynolds could not fathom Black Star's level at all. He could not understand why Black Star's research efficiency was so terrifying that he could come up with new blueprints every few days. Furthermore, every time they sparred, Reynolds could feel that it was getting easier and easier for Han Xiao to deal with him. Black Star was already a calamity-grade super, but he did not seem to have any bottlenecks and was constantly getting stronger. This made Reynolds extremely shocked, and he increasingly felt that Han Xiao was unfathomable. Reynolds had always prided himself on his talent and was full of confidence in himself. However, after being dealt a blow by Han Xiao, he felt ashamed of his inferiority and became even more humble. Black Star had too many things for him to learn. Reynolds became more and more fanatical, wishing that he could spend every minute tracking Han Xiao and recording his every action. After putting away the machine, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked, "How's the logistics of the army?" When it came to work, Reynolds' expression became even more serious, and he said in an orderly manner, "The storage of all kinds of resources is sufficient, and the overall situation is good. Only bases 17, 21, and 24 are in a state of emergency. The resources they lack are mainly ammunition, fuel, and conventional machinery materials. For days ago, I've already transferred resources from the 5 nearest bases. According to the schedule, the first batch of resources is estimated to arrive in 2 days." Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded and asked Reynolds to leave while he remained in the room to think. Over the past 2 years, the Black Star Corps had been developing rapidly. Just as the industry had expected, they gradually monopolized the business of the Garten Star system and built subbases on dozens of civilizations in the Garten Star system. They even built an office on the mother planet of Godora. The millions of players had brought huge benefits to the Black Star Corps. Han Xiao had made use of the opportunity to increase the reputation of the Black Star Corps. As the business expanded, more freelance mercenaries were attracted to join the Black Star Corps. Now, excluding the millions of cannon, players, the army had 100,000 official mercenaries. The number of students in the training camp was 3 to 4 times that number. Just in terms of NPC mercenaries, the Black Star Corps was undoubtedly a large mercenary group. The students in the training camp were no longer freelance mercenaries who had not reached the standard. There were also many ordinary people who did not have any foundation. On every planet where the subbases were located, there were young men who wanted to become mercenaries or wanted to become supers. The various positions in the army were also organized and standardized. The structure was clear, and the management was more efficient. The officers had their own responsibilities. Some became area managers, overseeing hundreds of mercenary teams. Some became ace mercenaries, specializing in difficult missions. Some became fleet commanders. Some became head instructors of the training camp. Some continued to be mascots, and some became the secretary of the army commander. The position of deputy commander was still empty. This position required strength to convince the masses. Han Xiao was the only calamity-grade super in the army, and the deputy commander had to be at this level to not lose his value. Among all the officers, only Reynold was closest to the calamity grade. In the past 2 years, Han Xiao had recruited more than 100 grade B supers. Some were normal mercenaries who had taken the initiative to join him, and some were elites that he had found from his memories. Among them, there was even a protagonist with a low-level halo, which added a wave of middle-level combatants. After monopolizing the Garden Star system, Han Xiao began to expand. With the Garden Star system as the core, his business expanded to the surrounding star systems, each occupying a portion of the market. Blacksmithing required one's own strength. The larger the market, the greater the requirement for one's own faction's ability. As a socialist youth who was deeply influenced by the values of a construction maniac, Han Xiao continued to invest the funds he earned into the construction of bases and expansion of fleets, working hard to create a virtuous cycle of benefits. Currently, the Black Star Corps had 26 fleets that were in charge of combat, logistics, and support. The total number of battleships had reached 1,600. Reality had proven that robbing galactic pirates, getting rid of tyrants, and bringing peace to the people had brought about a sizable amount of benefits. The number of bases had also reached 34. Other than Norios and Rassos, there were 3 new sponsors. 2 of them were legitimate financial groups, and the other was actually the Ghidorah government. Not only did they give Han Xiao more strategic resources, they even took out a large sum of money to invest. The relationship between both parties had become even closer. The influence of the faction radiated even further than the area of influence. The Black Star Corps had already become one of the most iconic private organizations in the Colton Star Cluster. This time, it was Floating Dragon's position that had risen along with it. The strength of the field team made Floating Dragon's deterrence no longer come from aims alone. However, Han Xiao had already noticed the bottleneck of the faction's development. As a mercenary group, the Black Star Corps had already reached the top. If they continued to expand their business, their efficiency would become slower and slower. Distance was an obvious limitation. The larger the business scope, the higher the requirement for the faction's ability. Monopolizing the Garden Star system was already their limit, and they did not have the ability to monopolize a second star system for the time being. Another reason for the faction's bottleneck was the nature of the faction. Mercenary groups were relatively loose organizations. If they wanted to enter a higher level, they would have to undergo a transformation. They would have to let the mercenary business take a back seat and turn the faction into a semi-private armed organization, similar to the nature of Bloodshed Land. The difficulty was extremely high. The time was not right, and the transformation was still too early. However, Han Xiao had foresight and knew that this was the only way to level up the faction. It was something that had to be done sooner or later. The only thing I don't need to worry about is my strength. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He was currently level 170. Compared to 2 years ago, he had only increased by 20 levels. He was currently stuck at the class advancement mission after reaching the max level of Galaxy Mechanic. However, this was because Han Xiao did not focus on leveling up. Most of his EXP had been saved up by him, and his EXP reserve had reached a terrifying number. Even if the EXP cost to level up at this stage was extremely high, his EXP reserve was enough to support him to level up a few dozen more levels. However, Han Xiao did not do so. He had not encountered many strong enemies in the past 2 years, so he was not in a hurry to level up. Therefore, he invested a lot of EXP to level up his skills in exchange for potential points and a large number of blueprints. More importantly, Han Xiao considered the problem of the version update. The interval between this update was about 10 years in the game. He would not be able to harvest leaks for almost 10 years. His EXP reserve was like food for winter. The more he had, the better. This is already the late stage of version 2.0. After the Pro League, the version update will be around the corner. Psi, 10 years, level 170 main class, mechanic race, chaos observer, human form, 254 STR, 634 DX, 608 END, 1956 INT, 263 MYS, 105 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 0 potential points, 31 HP, 93732 stamina, 94180 energy, 170 LV, 11 LV, 11 energy bonus points, plus 111 STR, plus 1 DX, plus 174 Yendi, plus 204 INT, plus 129 MYS, plus 21220 stamina, plus 142% machinery affinity energy rank, 14780 grade. You are already an experienced grade A super. You will make your enemies experience the taste of nightmares. Compared to the development of his faction, his own strength did not have any bottlenecks. If he encountered an insane class change or class advancement quest, at least he had the quest completion card as a backup plan. However, he did not have any in stock at the moment. As long as his experience could keep up, he would be able to become stronger quickly. Han Xiao was not too worried about this. Level was not the only thing he had. In the past 2 years, he had been searching for talents everywhere. Although he had no idea what Reynolds' talent was, Han Xiao had traveled thousands of miles and brought back a similar talent, elementary grade mechanical sense. He finally had a mechanic talent. Intermediate strength in life had also triggered several strengthening notifications. Han Xiao estimated that he would be able to upgrade this talent after consuming some rare genetic potions. It was a pity that molding talents were extremely rare. The ones he had obtained in the past 2 years were all normal talents. Other than the changes in the interface, the changes in combat were even more obvious. Han Xiao had expanded the Mech Legion by many times, perfected the tactics of the various factions, and added many calamity-grade equipment. His combat style had become more comprehensive, and it was completely different from 2 years ago. Han Xiao felt that he could beat 5 or 6 of himself at the same time. Whoosh! This time, the door suddenly opened, and Sylvia stood outside. "Teacher, I found you. A few mercenaries want to see you. They say that they have important information." 2 years ago, Sylvia was still a young girl waiting to blossom. Now, she had developed even better. She was tall, curvaceous, and had become a young and beautiful beauty. Her face was radiant, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Clear light flowed through them, and she was lively without losing her heroic spirit. Her position was Han Zhao's secretary, and her potential had finally been revealed through Han Zhao's continuous development. The homework that Han Xiao gave Sylvia would have given her a headache 2 years ago, but it was a piece of cake for her now. Her growth rate was increasing day by day, although she had not cultivated for long, and her potential had yet to be converted into strength. She was already able to display C+ strength with the special mechanical armor that Han Xiao had created. She could even spar with a grade B super for a few rounds. Slowly, she started to show the style of the mechanical knight in Han Zhao's previous life. Han Xiao sized Sylvia up, took a good look at her, and spoke. "Who wants to see me? These people." Chapter 620. Han Xiao came to the office, and Sylvia brought Mad Blade and the others in. Black Star, Mad Blade, and the others called out. Pork Bun was also among them, and his face was filled with excitement. As the faction grew, Pork Bun could not follow Black Star everywhere. When he heard that Mad Blade and the others were visiting Han Xiao, he immediately had an idea. For the sake of material for the show, he hugged Hao Tian's leg and squeezed in to join the fun. As soon as he entered, he started recording. Han Zhao's eyes scanned the crowd, and his gaze landed on Mad Blade. Loading the faction leader emoji management pack, he nodded and said, "Long time no see, my friends." Hearing that, everyone laughed. They were all once members of the expert team, and Black Star's conversation with them was different. They felt that this was special treatment. "What important information do you have for me?" Han Xiao was curious. Players would not wake up early if there was no benefit, so they most likely accepted a mission from someone. "I heard that this is a hunting list, and you're on it." Mad Blade explained their experience, then took out the list and passed it to Han Xiao. "Ronaldo? I've never heard of this name before." What's with the hunters? Han Xiao frowned and flipped through the list. His name was indeed on it. Someone has their eyes on me. Who could it be? Han Xiao pondered. The only similarity between the people on the list was that they were all famous calamity-grade supers in the various regions of the Shattered Star Ring. Some of them were very famous, and he had heard of them in his previous life. To dare make a move on these people, no matter what the motive of the hunters was, it proved that their strength was unfathomable. Are they targeting me because of my fame and strength? Han Xiao pondered. In the past 2 years, the Black Star Corps had rapidly risen, and Han Xiao did not have many opportunities to act personally. For them to target him meant that they also considered him as one of the famous and powerful people in the Shattered Star Ring. Did Ronaldo say anything else? Mad Blade shook his head. No, it seems that there is a lack of information. I can't prove the authenticity of this list. I will ask Philip to collect the recent whereabouts of the members on the list. If there's really such a group of hunters, he gave too little information. I don't know where this group of people came from. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. In other words, a calamity-grade super was equivalent to a rare resource in the universe. A tall tree attracted the wind, and they would always be targeted by some organizations with ulterior motives. Currently, undercurrents were surging in the Shattered Star Ring. The Crimson Tide of version 3.0 was slowly happening, and all kinds of monsters could appear, not only in the Shattered Star Ring, but also in the other star fields. The influence of the Red Empire's renewed expansion radiated throughout the entire galaxy. The 3 universal civilizations had finally entered the tiring period of peace, just like the 7-year itch between a married couple. Although it was not to the point of divorce, quarrels had become a daily occurrence. After a small argument, they could still fight in bed and reconcile at the end of the bed, but the indirect turbulence would not disappear. In Han Zhao's previous life, the Crimson Tide was a chaotic era. Many organizations that were originally hidden in the dark surfaced and took advantage of the chaos to shift the blame to the Crimson Dynasty. The situation that the players were facing was a chaotic era where demons danced wildly. Although Han Xiao was familiar with the storyline, in the Crimson Tide, there was more than one organization that attacked the strong. Some had been exposed in his previous life, and some had never been discovered. Just based on the incomplete information that Mad Blade and the others had brought, he was unable to determine the origins of the hunters. At the very least, it could be the doing of an ambitious private organization. In his previous life, the Dark Star had done the same thing. At the very least, it could be a sign of the calamity of the Supers or the Silver Revolutionary Army. However, this list at least reminds me to be careful. Han Xiao nodded. Although he did not know the identity of the enemy, he knew that someone had their eyes on him, so he could remain vigilant. According to the information, this group of mysterious hunters was very strong and could easily crush normal calamity grades. They were most likely grade A+, which made Han Xiao feel a little pressured. I should find time to complete the class advancement mission. I'm now level 170, and the next race evolution will be when I reach level 180. My strength will be greatly increased, and I won't have to worry about grade A+ supers. Unfortunately, there was too little information about the enemy. He could only take precautions and could not take the initiative to find the enemy. This was like a ticking time bomb. I should find time to return to Floating Dragon and find Old Man Aesop to tell my fortune. Han Xiao thought. At this time, Mad Blade, who had the highest favorability with Han Xiao, spoke again. Black Star, do you know about the recent changes in the Shattered Star Ring? They had learned some hidden information from Ronaldo and thought that it was related to the storyline of the next version. Now that they had finally met the faction leader, they felt that since Han Xiao was the mission target, he might know some information. Mad Blade wanted to find out as much information as possible. Recent changes? What do you mean? Han Xiao raised his brows. Ronaldo told us that the Shattered Star Ring has been in chaos recently. He said that there's a supernatural organization behind the scenes. Mad Blade carefully probed. I know, the Red Empire. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Mad Blade opened his mouth. Hao Tian's face twitched. Everyone had a constipated expression on their faces. He said it just like that. Although they had gotten the answer, they all felt a strange sense of difference. They had thought that this was a big secret that almost no one knew about, but the second person they asked had casually said it. It was as if the inside story of the shattered star ring that Ronaldo cared about, but could not understand, was just an ordinary matter that did not need to be kept secret from Black Star. The process was way too easy. Mad Blade and the others could not help but wonder if this information was important or not. Only Pork Bun was the most excited, and his eyes were shining. In version 1.0, Black Star had hinted about the mutation disaster in version 2.0. Now, Black Star was hinting about the next version. The group felt that Han Xiao was becoming more and more mysterious, as if he knew everything. Mad Blade was the first to know Han Xiao, but he could not help but feel that he did not understand this person at all. Han Xiao's eyes turned, and he changed the topic. The information you guys gave me is indeed valuable. I have a mission for you guys. As he said that, he quickly wrote a bonus mission and gave it to the players. The reward was generous, and there was even a free piece of equipment reward. Mad Blade and the others were pleasantly surprised and hurriedly accepted the mission. Han Xiao said a few words of encouragement and increased their favorability by 5 points. His favorability was equivalent to a discount. He then got Sylvia to send off the satisfied Mad Blade, Hao Tian, and Pork Bun. After everyone left, Han Xiao leaned back and crossed his legs. He tapped his thighs with his fingers and fell into deep thought. He had always been paying attention to the movements of the players. All the players had left their novice planets and entered the galaxy, and his Black Star Corps was definitely the best faction to guide them. The original Blue Star players were all well-fed. The second season of the Pro League was about to begin, and he was looking forward to the performance of the Chinese clubs this time. Most of the players had reached the upper limit of level 90 and could utilize more of the specialties of their classes. There would be more variety in their tactics, and it would be more exciting than the previous season. The better the results of the Chinese teams, the more attractive their faction would be. In the future, when the players reached the stage where they could travel between star fields, his faction would be able to attract players from other regions to a certain extent. Han Xiao would never complain about having too many leaks. Those backlogged genetic agents can be sold for a huge sum. Han Xiao smiled brightly. After squeezing dry countless galactic pirates, who knew how many genetic agents he had stored in his warehouse, after looking at the forums for a while, Han Xiao was about to get up and go to the machinery modification room to play with the little cuties when Sylvia suddenly pushed the door open and entered. "Teacher, there's an important invitation." "Invitation?" "The ruling civilization of the Colton Star Cluster, the Amethyst Civilization, wants to hire you." Star Cluster Civilization. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. The business scope of the Black Star Corps was limited to star system civilizations, and they had not had the opportunity to come into contact with star cluster civilizations. Although Han Xiao had obtained the contact of an official from the Amethyst civilization during the Tyrant's Party, the employment of star cluster civilizations was only for designated personnel, and the Black Star Corps had not had the opportunity to do so. Now, he had finally received a designated employment from a star cluster civilization. The Amethyst civilization was the ruler of the Colton Star Cluster, and they had taken the initiative to invite him. It seemed like it was a rather important matter. Completing the employment of a star cluster civilization would greatly enhance his army's resume. A few years ago, Han Xiao had not come into contact with star cluster civilizations because he was not strong enough. Now, he had the qualifications. Furthermore, star cluster civilizations were a necessary path for personal growth. In the past 2 years, Han Xiao had more or less learned high-end knowledges and needed to seek the next stage of cutting-edge knowledges. Star cluster civilizations were an important way to obtain cutting-edge knowledges. This was an opportunity. Han Xiaoxin calmed himself down and told Philip to transfer the call over while encrypting the channel. The image flashed, and a familiar face appeared. It was the representative of the Amethyst civilization, Ralph, whom Han Xiao had met at the Tyrant's Party. "Black Star, it's been a while." Ralph took the initiative to speak and was rather friendly. Han Xiao chatted with him for a while before getting down to business. You guys want to hire me? That's right. Your army has a good reputation, and you're one of our top candidates. What mission is it exactly? This is an annihilation operation. The target is a fleet. They're disguised as travelers, but their origins aren't simple. We're prepared to annihilate this fleet as a warning to the people behind them. Ralph's explanation was rather vague and did not give any specific details. Han Xiao could not help but guess what organization the Amethyst civilization wanted to warn. With a thought, he had a rough idea. Purple Crystal looked for mercenaries to settle this matter instead of taking action personally. It was obviously not because they were incapable, but because the identity of the enemy was rather sensitive. As such, Purple Crystal did not want to use their official strength. Is it Clint? Han Xiao lowered his tone. Although Purple Crystal and Clint seemed to have a good relationship, they were actually brothers on the surface and secretly plotted against each other. In his previous life, Purple Crystal had fought with Clint before. Ralph laughed and did not answer this question. He changed the topic and said, "Recently, the situation in the Shattered Star Ring has been unstable. Those organizations that are probing and causing trouble are becoming more and more overboard. We have to deal with them quickly." Han Xiao stroked his chin, and his eyes sparkled. 2 years had passed, and the influence of the Crimson Tide had gradually spread. Many organizations wanted to take advantage of the situation, and many organizations popped up one after another. Chaos was spreading. The waves caused by the Red Empire made the Amethyst civilization, which had always been neutral, extremely frustrated. Strange things happened frequently in the Colton Star Cluster, and the security of their territory became more and more serious. Finally, Purple Crystal could not take it anymore and decided to make an example out of them. How about it, Black Star? Are you willing to accept our employment? Let's talk about the remuneration first. Of course, what do you want? Mechanic cutting-edge knowledge, Han Xiao said concisely. Upon hearing this, Ralph's expression became difficult. I'm afraid that's not possible. Cutting-edge knowledge is very precious, and the higher-ups will not agree. I can only give you money. Ralph paused and suddenly said, "However, you are an officer of Floating Dragon, and we respect aims. If there's a chance to work together in the future, cutting-edge knowledge is not impossible. Indeed, it is not so easy to obtain cutting-edge knowledge." Han Xiao had expected this, so he was not disappointed. Ralph's subtext was that this employment was the Black Star Corps' declaration of allegiance. If he completed it, Purple Crystal would have more employment missions for him in the future. As long as he contributed enough, Purple Crystal would be willing to provide him with cutting-edge knowledge. This still had to go through the path of faction favorability. Cutting-edge knowledge was very precious. Only at this stage could one study antimatter and psionic energy. Han Xiao did not feel that there was anything wrong with Purple Crystal's approach. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. He needed cutting-edge knowledge, and Purple Crystal needed powerful, unofficial armed forces to do things for them in private. Everything was a deal. Han Xiao pondered for a while before nodding. "Okay, I can give it a try." "That's great." Ralph smiled. "I will send you a gathering location later. There will be other participants in this employment, and the details of the mission will be sent to you." "Okay." Chapter 6:21. The rendezvous point was in another star system in Colton, very far away from the Garden Star System. Han Xiao piloted Rista's body and arrived at the rendezvous planet. This was an uninhabited planet with a serial number. When the Blacklight Stealth arrived at the rendezvous point, there were already many spaceships parked on the ground. The crowd was waiting for orders, and they all looked up at the newcomer. The spaceship landed, and Han Xiao walked out of the hatch. He casually looked around and saw 2 people with grade A life force. They seemed to be the 2 leaders, but they did not look familiar. They each led a group of people, and there were 2 organizations in total. Black Star from the Garden Star System? I've heard of him. That guy is here too. He didn't bring those immortal mercenaries. Everyone present stared at Han Xiao with surprise and started discussing among themselves. A member of the Amethyst civilization walked out of the spaceship and came before Han Xiao. "Welcome, Black Star. I'm the person in charge of this operation, Secret Service Section 4, Level 3 External Affairs Envoy Dottle. Hello. Han Shao nodded and asked curiously, "Where's Ralph?" Dottle's expression turned serious. His Excellency Ralph's rank is very high. I'm his subordinate, so he doesn't need to be personally in charge of this operation. Ralph's rank in the Amethyst civilization was not low, but Han Shao did not know that among the people involved in this operation, he was the only one who was personally invited by Ralph. The others only contacted Dottle. The reason Han Shao enjoyed such special treatment was because he had participated in the Tyrant's party before. In Ralph's eyes, Black Star was a member of the upper circle, so he personally asked about this small operation that did not need him to be in charge to show how important it was. This is a three-way operation. Let me introduce you to the other two. Dottle led Han Shao and introduced the leaders of the other two organizations. This is Jane, a powerful Esper. Everyone calls him Sequake. This is Gadeli, nicknamed 100 Revolving Cannon. He's a mechanic like you, a gunner. The two of them sized up Han Shao before politely shaking hands. Jane and Gadeli were well equipped, especially Gadeli. The combat suit he was wearing was made of super nanomaterials. Han Shao could tell at a glance that it had a powerful transformation function. This guy was a gunner, so he might be able to transform his trump card into a combat suit and wear it. Han Shao had never heard of them before. He asked Philip to search for them on Baidu and found out that they were not registered mercenaries, but small private armed forces that had only been formed a few years ago and were quite small. Speaking of which, the Black Star Army had only been established for a few years, but the speed of its rise was extremely shocking. In the universe, the number of such organizations was only second to mercenary groups. They were established for various reasons, but they could mainly be divided into two categories. First, there were private armies that had their own goals and did not accept employment. The second type was similar to mercenaries, but they did not accept public employment like normal mercenaries. They only accepted large private orders or looked for a long-term partner. They did not belong to the mercenary industry, and the restrictions on the members of an organization were much higher than that of a mercenary group. The Bloodshed Land was this type. Generally speaking, as long as the organizer had money and strength, it was very easy to form a private armed force. The strength of the leader was the ceiling of a private armed force. Only Calamity grades had the qualifications to dominate an area. Jane and Gadeli were such organizations. They were mainly active in the more distant star systems, so their name had not reached Han Zhao's ears. Instead, they had all heard of Han Zhao's name. This time, Jane suddenly spoke with a doubtful tone. "You came alone. I alone am enough." Han Shao smiled. Because this was an emergency mission, he did not waste time gathering people. Jane and Gadeli looked at each other, and joy flashed in their eyes. They were new organizations, and this joint operation was a good opportunity to come into contact with the Amethyst civilization. In their eyes, this was a competition to fight for a long-term cooperation with the Amethyst civilization. They were competitors, so they had to perform well. Originally, when they saw Black Star, their hearts skipped a beat. If Black Star had brought his indestructible army, the two of them would not have been able to compete at all. However, with Black Star coming alone, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They felt that they had a chance to perform. After a round of introductions, Dottle took out the star map and explained the operation steps. We're currently in Star Zone 3 of the Thousand Light Star System, and the target is in Star Zone 7. According to their movement trajectory, we can intercept them in Star Zone 9. We have 3 Calamity-grade supers and 44 battleships. The target has 65 battleships, but some of them are disguised civilian spaceships, so the enemy's actual combat strength will be lower. We don't know the combat strength of the enemy's personnel. They entered the Colton Star Cluster from the Desolate Universe Belt and did not go through identity checks. They have not stopped to resupply so far. Everyone nodded. The Amethyst Civilization's intelligence network covered the entire star cluster. They only needed to rush over. They had 3 Calamity-grade supers, so the enemy's advantage of merely 20 battleships was meaningless. It's just a small fleet. Han Shao raised his brows. He originally thought that it would be a very difficult mission, but it turned out that it was just to clear out a bunch of small fries. To think that a few Calamity-grade supers would be involved in such a small matter. He felt that the main goal of the Amethyst civilization was to select some new private armed organizations for cooperation. Ding! A notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered the mission Amethyst Civilization's warning. Han Xiao glanced at it casually and skipped over the experience reward. A reward of more than 1,000,000 anas was nothing to him at the moment. The only reward that he felt was worth 330 faction contribution points from the Amethyst Civilization. The higher the level of the faction, the harder it was to farm favorability. However, because of Han Zhao's mini-star system legendary points, his current relationship with the Amethyst Civilization was not cold, but neutral. His initial faction favorability was 450 points. If he wanted cutting-edge knowledge, farming faction favorability was the most feasible way. At this moment, Dottle suddenly thought of something. By the way, there's one more thing. The star system civilization in charge of the Thousand Lights star system requested assistance from Purple Crystal a while ago. One of their top combatants went missing, and they requested our help to find him. The missing person is called Kernid, nicknamed Dark Purple Warlock. This is what he looks like. If you find any clues, remember to tell me. Han Xiao was stunned and felt that the name sounded familiar. Kernid seems to be a name on the hunting list. With a thought, Han Xiao made a mental note of this. Thousand Light Star System, Star Zone 9. The target of the joint operation, a fleet disguised as interstellar travelers, was slowly moving through the universe. In the command room of the main ship, Captain Brett was recording data. Voyage Log K 003015. It has been 134 days since we entered the Colton Star Cluster. Everything is normal. Sixth intelligence collection in progress. Current reconnaissance area is the Thousand Lights star system. Civilization development, colony planet ecology, garrison situation, and other data have been packaged and transmitted. Next stop is to head to the core area of the Colton Star Cluster, the White Top Star System, to investigate the Amethyst civilization. After the voyage log was sent out, the system completely destroyed the data. Brett rubbed his eyes to relieve his fatigue. Warning! Warning! Unknown fleet approaching. At this moment, the lights in the room turned into a blinding red. The alarm of the spaceship's AI rang, and Brett immediately came to his senses. He rushed to the front of the radar screen and saw an unknown fleet heading straight for them, about to enter their field of vision. Send a message to the other party and ask for their identity. Tell them we're just interstellar travelers. Brett shouted. However, the message was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no reply. Very soon, the attacking fleet appeared and opened fire at Brett's fleet without saying a word. The battle erupted. The enemy isn't a galactic pirate. We've been targeted. Brett's face darkened. He was very experienced and immediately understood that they were in deep trouble this time. Brett immediately made a decision. While shouting to counterattack, he recorded a video and sent it back to the organization to let the headquarters know who the enemy was. This attacking fleet was Han Zhao's group. Jane and Gadeli were commanding the fleet to fight the enemy. All kinds of lights flashed, and the blacklight stealth was idling by the side. In the cockpit, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes as he observed the battlefield. Although the enemy isn't much of a threat, it's a good opportunity to test out my new weapon. As he spoke, Han Xiao switched to autopilot mode, came to the launch port at the belly of the cabin, and jumped into the universe with the Berserk 8 mechanical suit. The mechanical suit was isolated from the universe environment. Compared to the battleship, Han Zhao's size was like an ant compared to an elephant. However, the next moment, mechanical force flashed, and countless mechanical components extended out from the interior of the Berserk 8 mechanical suit. In the blink of an eye, a 30 to 40 meter tall, giant soldier mechanical suit was formed. Its size was not inferior to a small assault ship, and the huge energy wave made both sides look at it with surprise. Giant soldier, ship destroyer, third generation improved version. In the past 2 years, Han Xiao had filled in his high-end knowledge and finally reverse-engineered the blueprint of the spaceship, learning how to build a battleship. Based on this technology, he improved the blueprint of a ship destroyer that Carol had given him and enhanced it twice. Compared to the first generation, the third-generation ship destroyer looked much more beautiful. It went from a cylindrical shape to a human shape with 4 limbs and a head. The giant soldier mechanical suit was a mechanical weapon designed for galactic combat. Its performance was extremely strong, and with Han Zhao's mechanical force bonus, its power was terrifying. Other than virtual intrusion, Han Xiao had even more powerful galactic combat methods. In the cockpit of the third-generation ship destroyer, Han Xiao completed the nerve connection. The giant mechanical suit was like an extension of his arm, and a little mental burden was nothing to an expert of his level. Han Xiao could not help but miss it. It's been a long time since I piloted a large mechanical suit. I wonder if I've gotten rusty. Brett's eyes widened, and his voice cracked. It's a giant soldier mechanical suit. Focus fire on it. Every qualified commander knew the deterrence of a giant soldier in a galactic battle. Compared to a cumbersome battleship, the agility of a giant soldier mechanical suit was the nightmare of a fleet. Once a giant soldier appeared in a galactic battle, it would definitely become the target of focus fire. Countless laser beams were fired at him, expanding rapidly in his field of vision. Han Zhao's fighting spirit appeared on his face. With a thought, the three-dimensional maneuvering system of the third-generation ship destroyer was activated. Like a rabbit, it rushed into the barrage of bullets, narrowly dodging the laser beams. Its high-level energy shield blocked the stray bullets. Han technicians' piloting skills had been honed through countless battles. Only the giant soldier mechanical suit could allow him to show his true skills. The huge mechanical suit moved like a ghost, quickly approaching the enemy fleet. This time, 2 huge cannons extended out from the back of the third-generation ship destroyer, placed on both sides of its shoulders, and shot out thick beams of blazing energy, causing the shields of the enemy's ships to vibrate. Immediately after, 4 giant hovering guards appeared, surrounding the third-generation ship destroyer to defend and counterattack. The moment Han Xiao took out the giant soldier mechanical suit, the focus of the entire battlefield was on him. After a while, the third-generation ship destroyer finally approached an enemy ship at the edge. The ship's shield blocked him outside. At this time, the space around the third-generation ship destroyer was visually distorted. Han Xiao activated the anti-shield phase cancellation band, and the shield of the enemy ship in front of him suddenly dimmed, flickering, and its defense was greatly reduced. In the past 2 years, Han Xiao had not wasted his time. He had spent a lot of experience gambling on blueprints and created countless good things. The third-generation ship destroyer had condensed a lot of technical essence. The next moment, the third-generation ship destroyer threw out a heat-melting chainsaw and slashed diagonally. Like cutting tofu, it cut the enemy ship in front of it into 2 halves, and the cut was glowing red. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next moment, the 2 halves of the enemy ship exploded into a firework. If it were not for the vacuum environment, the explosion would have been deafening. The fire was dazzling, and Jane and Gadeli could not help but twitch their faces. What was there to compete for? The limelight was still stolen by Black Star. How could their performance be more dazzling than this giant soldier mechanical suit? Black Star did not bring any troops. He was really enough alone. How much did this giant soldier cost? Jane murmured. Chapter 622. There was no suspense in the Battle of Annihilation. Brett's troops were completely annihilated, and the battlefield became deathly silent. Han Xiao cooperated with Jane and Gadeli's troops, piloting the third-generation ship destroyer and cutting through the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet did not have the slightest ability to fight back. He now had 2 methods of galactic warfare. Virtual intrusion was tricky, and piloting the giant soldier was simple and crude. With such small fries, there was no need for him to go through the trouble of invading. It was best to just cut them down. Han Xiao had seen thousands of battleships firing at each other in his previous life, and he had even participated in the battle personally. Compared to the density of cannon fire in a large-scale galactic battle, this small-scale battle did not give him any pressure at all. He did not find it difficult to dodge the attacks at all. The performance of the third-generation ship destroyer was also one of the reasons. Han Xiao had spent a lot of effort perfecting the blueprint of this giant soldier mechanical suit. God knew how many functions it had, and it would be of the greatest use in this kind of small-scale galactic battle. Building the third-generation ship destroyer cost more than 5 million anas, which was much more expensive than some of the high-grade small battleships. If it was 2 years ago, this amount of money would have made his heart ache. But now, it was only average at most. The ability of the Black Star Corps to earn money could even beat Floating Dragon Island. Han Xiao vaguely remembered that the last time he checked his account balance, he seemed to have more than 80 million anas in liquid funds, and his fixed assets were a few times that amount. Although this was far from a commercial financial group, he was still a young and promising leak scholar. No, a leader of an organization. Originally, Jane and Gadeli's troops were the main attackers, but once Han Xiao joined the battle, he immediately took over their position and dominated the battle. They could only help Han Xiao contain the enemy. After watching the entire battle, they had a deep impression of Han Xiao's style of piloting the giant soldier. In summary, flirtatious, luxurious, naughty. The third-generation ship destroyer also suffered some damage. In just a short battle, a large amount of fuel was burned. Han Xiao recalled the third-generation ship destroyer and returned to Rista's body to meet up with Jane and Gadeli. The three of them left the scene of the crime and headed to the nearest uninhabited planet to rest. "You guys did a great job." Dottle contacted the three of them and praised them. The rewards were transferred to everyone's accounts, and Han Xiao's mission was completed. The faction favorability of the Amethyst civilization increased slightly. I'm sure everyone has their own guesses. That's right, this is a simple test. We're going to select some reliable, non-official forces to work with. You've all displayed your strength, so I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Jane and Gadeli were overjoyed. They thought that Black Star had stolen all the limelight and that they would not have a chance to work together. Now, they were pleasantly surprised. Dottle explained to them, "Everyone has experienced the chaos in the Shattered Star Ring in the past 2 years. The situation in the future will be even more complicated and dangerous. We are secretly expanding our armed forces and looking for more partners like you to protect the safety of the Colton Star Cluster. I can't tell you the details, but I can tell you something. The higher-ups are preparing to form a new secret force, and you are all candidates." Forming a secret force? Han Xiao immediately perked up. He knew which part of the storyline this was. During the Crimson Tide in version 3.0, due to the chaos, forming a group had become a trend. Not only the Amethyst civilization, but many Star Cluster civilizations had secretly gathered armed forces in their territories to protect the security of their territories and formed a secret organization like a guardian. For example, the Shattered Star Ring Mercenary Alliance in version 3.0 was a product of mercenaries forming a group. These groups were the factions that the players in Han Xiao's previous life could choose in version 3.0. Han Xiao remembered that the organization formed by the Amethyst civilization was called Section 0, which meant that it was the hidden department of the Amethyst civilization. The members were all experts and organizations from various star systems in the Colton Star Cluster. They would accept the long-term employment of the Amethyst civilization and become partners with the Purple Crystal Army. In other words, Jane and Gadeli would be his teammates in the future. Han Xiao would not reject such a good opportunity. Not to mention that the cutting-edge knowledge would still be in the hands of the Amethyst civilization. Just becoming a member of Section 0 was a good thing in itself. It was an opportunity to build a relationship with a star cluster civilization in the long term. In his previous life, when the players entered version 3.0, these organizations had already been formed. What the players saw was the result of the organization taking shape. However, what was in front of Han Xiao now was the embryonic stage of the organization's preparation. This was undoubtedly a better opportunity. He did not even need to recommend himself. The Amethyst civilization had already taken a liking to him. His current position could not be separated from his hard work and the efforts of the players. If he could become the main force of Section 0, it would be equivalent to making a name for himself in the Shattered Star Ring. His reputation and status would increase greatly, and he would become a first-rate organization in the Colton Star Cluster. This was a shortcut for him to develop to a higher level. If the remuneration is sufficient, I'm more than willing, Han Xiao replied. Jane and Gadeli also regained their senses and responded, expressing that they were more than willing to join the secret organization that the Amethyst civilization was about to form. The remuneration will not disappoint you. The organization is still in the process of selection. When it is officially formed, we will have a large number of missions, Datel said. We will have a mission soon. The Amethyst civilization's move was equivalent to a global conscription. Originally, the Amethyst civilization also had a few organizations that they were working with. However, in the past 2 years, Clint had been very restless. The Amethyst civilization had a premonition that their conflict with the Clint Kingdom would become more and more intense. There was a high chance that a secret war would break out. The so-called secret war would be when the government's army kept shouting, "Come over here," but they would not start a war no matter what. Instead, they would secretly use their collaborators to kill each other and cut off the other party's wings. This was a way of fighting under the restrictions of the peace treaty. The ones fighting to the death were the collaborators. Of course, the Star Cluster civilizations knew that if they wanted the horse to run, they had to let the horse eat grass. Thus, they were very generous and gave their collaborators a large amount of resources. It could be said that as long as they could survive the secret war, the collaborators who were used as pawns would be able to soar into the sky. Han Xiao understood the thinking of the Amethyst civilization. It was impossible to develop without taking risks. Although he had a decent organization, it was impossible for him to grow too big. Han Xiao knew that he had to adjust his position at all times. Unless Ames became a collaborator of Purple Crystal, he did not have enough bargaining chips when facing a Star Cluster civilization. He had not reached the point where he could bargain with the Purple Crystal civilization, and the Purple Crystal civilization would not beg him to join. Instead, this was an opportunity for him to develop, and it was essentially a fair trade. As long as the remuneration was sufficient, he did not mind fighting for the Amethyst civilization. Now that he had the strength, he could boldly forge ahead. Unlike Jane and Gadeli, who were overjoyed, Han Xiao had already habitually started to deduce the consequences of his choice. The Secret War. Han Xiao stroked his chin. This was one of the main plots of version 3.0. If one ignored the complicated interest behind the Crimson Tide, the main theme of version 3.0 would be chaotic war. Section 0 would fight with the many collaborators of the Clint Kingdom, and they would definitely not be able to avoid the Bloodshed Land. As long as the tyrant did not make a move, everything would be fine. He was not afraid of the other muscleheads at all. He had never been afraid of an opponent of the same level. Xiao! At this moment, the sound of a spaceship could be heard from the horizon. Han Xiao and the others stopped talking and looked up. A small and exquisite single-person spaceship had arrived on this planet without them knowing. Did they pass by to collect resources? Jane asked. I'm not sure. Gadeli shook his head. The hatch of the single-person spaceship opened, and a woman wearing a white coat floated in midair. She wore a silver cat mask on her face and looked down at the group on the ground with a cold gaze. Who are you? Gadeli asked. Looking at this uninvited guest and feeling the powerful energy fluctuations in the woman's body, he could not help but be vigilant. This was a calamity-grade super. Shauna ignored him and looked around. Her gaze landed on Han Xiao, and she asked calmly, Black Star? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and did not answer. He could vaguely feel that she did not come with good intentions. It doesn't matter if you don't answer. You won't be able to escape today. Shauna looked around and muttered to herself, 3 calamity-grade supers. That's a little difficult. Ka. The next moment, Shauna made her move. From a moment she appeared to the moment she made her move, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. She reached out and clenched her fist. Half of the dozens of spaceships parked on the ground instantly disintegrated into metal fragments and exploded violently. Countless fragments turned into a metal storm. In just an instant, a portion of Jane and Gadeli's subordinates were turned into minced meat. Gadeli was furious. The battle suit on his body flowed like water, and nanoparticles gathered in his hand, turning into a shockingly large gun. Dozens of barrels fired at Shauna at the same time. The explosive power was extremely strong, and the light cannons were all infused with his mechanical force. Dong dong dong. A sudden fierce battle broke out instantly. Shauna flicked her finger, and an invisible magnetic field appeared around her. Her defense was extremely strong, and the flames of the explosion covered her body. However, they were all blocked by the magnetic field, and she was not injured at all. Then, Shauna clenched her fist. Bang! The huge cannon in Gadeli's hand instantly deflated and shattered, turning into nanoparticles all over the ground like a pile of sand. Metal control and magnetic field control. Han Zhao's expression froze. This uninvited guest was clearly here for him. Her ability was extremely effective against mechanics, and he did not know where she came from. This attack came without any warning. All of a sudden, he had a flash of inspiration as he thought of that hunting list. No way. Could it be so coincidental? Han Zhao was surprised. He was confused as to how this enemy knew that he was here. He was acting alone, and other than the Amethyst civilization, only Jane and Gadeli could leak information. No, there's another possibility. Han Zhao suddenly thought of the fleet that he had just annihilated. They must have sent the information back before they were annihilated. Could it be that this group of hunters was related to Clint? Hoo-hoo! Huge metal fragments whizzed toward him. This was not the time to think. Han Zhao was about to use Berserk Ape, but when he thought of the other party's Esper ability, he frowned and had no choice but to give up on the idea of using the mechanical suit. He dodged with his own attributes and jumped far away. The metal fragments created a huge crater on the ground with a loud bang, and debris flew everywhere. Shauna was single-handedly fighting everyone and multitasking. With just a few simple taps of her fingers, she destroyed the equipment on Gadeli's body. With a swing of her hand, she sent Gadeli flying far away. Jane was shocked when he saw this. The combat power of this uninvited guest was beyond his expectations. Han Zhao had a headache. Facing an opponent like this, mechanics would definitely be restricted. Many of his methods would be easily nullified by the other party, and he would lose a lot of money. This was the enemy whose ability was the most effective against him so far. Metal control is the nemesis of mechanics. This woman's ability is probably at A+ level. If this continues, the situation will not be good. Chapter 623. Any class would meet its nemesis. The Esper class was the most unique. It could be countered by the other 4 classes, but it could also be countered by the random nature of Esper ability awakening. Among the 5 superclasses, the advantages and disadvantages of Esper abilities were equally obvious. Combat power depended on the different Esper abilities, and the class knowledge tree was also a jack of all trades. It increased the strength, control, range, usage, and so on. The advantages were obvious. Esper abilities could shine in a single aspect, but their weaknesses were equally obvious. They lacked abilities in other aspects, and their abilities had their own limitations. For example, teleportation. Its weakness was naturally its defense. For example, high-speed regeneration and immortality. It clearly did not have much combat power. For example, prophecy. Of course, these were all relatively extreme Esper abilities, but it also showed that the advantages and disadvantages of Esper abilities were prominent. To the players, obtaining a special Esper ability greatly increased the fun in the game, and there were countless tycoons who spent money to buy Esper ability gene awakening potions. Other than those lucky tycoons, some African chiefs and tycoons would constantly use gene awakening potions in order to obtain an Esper ability that they liked until they succeeded. In the team battles of the Pro League, The rational allocation of personnel to deal with the opponent's Esper was also a strategic point. Espers with magnetic field metal manipulation would naturally not be able to fight against pugilists and mages. However, it happened to be the nemesis of mechanics, and Han Xiao will be lying if he said that he was not troubled. Although he was a mechanic and also had magnetic energy, compared to an enemy with awakened Esper genes, the strength of his magnetic field manipulation ability was worlds apart. The use of mechanical force was more to strengthen machinery, and magnetic field manipulation was only an additional ability. At most, it would hinder the opponent's Esper ability. If he wanted to completely neutralize the opponent's magnetic field, he would have to rely on special machinery. When they exchanged blows, Han Xiao looked at the combat information and knew that the opponent was called Shauna. Her level was actually a question mark. He was already level 170, and even if Shauna was not A+, she was not far from it. The huge difference in strength was very difficult to make up for. Rista, get away from the battlefield first. Han Xiao dodged the metal fragments and ordered Rista. If the Blacklight stealth was destroyed, he would suffer a huge loss. The Blacklight stealth quickly rose into the air and was about to leave the battlefield. Seeing this, Shauna did not care. She stretched out her hand and aimed at the Blacklight stealth, preparing to crush Han Zhao's spaceship like how she had crushed the other spaceships. Bang! In the next moment, a white figure crashed into Shauna's magnetic field shield like a meteor with a lightning-like tail of flame behind it. Shockwaves spread out as it broke through the sound barrier and crashed into Shauna's magnetic field shield. The invisible magnetic field caved in and bounced the white figure away as if it was elastic. Shauna was not injured, but she was sent flying for a short distance by the recoil. She quickly controlled the metal on her body to stabilize herself in the air. She looked down at the white figure expressionlessly. Han Xiao had changed into a bone-white mecha. It was the Void Dragon mecha that had retired to the second line. This person's ability restrains me, so I can only take out non-metallic weapons to face the enemy. Han Xiao thought to himself. The metal content of the Void Dragon mechanical suit was very small. Although its attributes could not keep up with the Calamity grade, it was not as restrained as the Berserk Ape and could still be used. Most of his machines were made of alloy materials, and non-metallic machines probably only accounted for about 10% of the total. Many machines had strict requirements for the properties of the materials used. High-density non-metallic materials that could replace all kinds of alloys were difficult to synthesize. Based on the difference in materials, the properties of the machines would also fluctuate. Before encountering an enemy that could control metal, alloys were naturally the most cost-effective. If it did not use galactic-grade alloys, carbon nanotubes would be a good choice. However, his previous opponent was Ashes. Even if he wanted to build machines to counter his opponent, it would be after the battle. At this time, Han Zhao's army style and large number of main battle machines could not be used unless he did not care about the losses. The way he saw it, the current situation was far from that stage. Let's test her limits first. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Taking advantage of the time when Shauna was distracted, Rista accelerated and successfully left the battlefield, avoiding the fate of being torn apart into scrap metal. All the remaining spaceships were crushed into pieces by Shauna, forming a metal storm that swept toward Han Xiao. Other than Han Xiao and the other two Calamity-grade supers, everyone else was killed. Some of the Grade C warriors wearing metal battle suits were directly sent to their deaths by the sandstorm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Han Xiao shuttled through the metal storm, dodging nimbly. His palm cannon fired continuously at Shauna, but the Void Jet spray could not penetrate Shauna's magnetic field shield. Its defense was amazing. At this time, Jane gritted his teeth and roared. Huh! His shirt was torn apart, revealing his muscular body. His body vibrated at a high frequency, and the surrounding air vibrated. The vibrating force was transmitted to the ground under his feet, and the surface area of the ground cracked rapidly. Immediately after, Jane slapped his palm toward Shauna, who was in midair. Dong! A huge, formless vibration wave went straight for Shauna. Wherever it passed, the air would distort and form an oval shape. The momentum was shocking. Shauna frowned slightly and moved horizontally in midair, quickly dodging. Only Jane was not restrained. Han Xiao looked over and saw that Jane was bare-chested, and his chest hair was trembling freely. What a mouthful of burly man's chest hair. At this time, a sudden mission popped up on the interface. You have triggered hidden grade A-chain mission, Prey. Mission introduction. You are the prey of a terrifying organization. They will hunt you down again and again until they succeed. Do not have any hope of escaping. Their background is beyond your imagination. You have no other choice. Try your best to struggle. You may still have a glimmer of hope. First round. Defeat Shauna Reward. 3,700 experience and draw one of Shauna's abilities or talents. Terrifying organization? Interesting. Han Xiao looked at the mission introduction and had a thought. He remembered the storyline in his previous life, but Shauna did not seem to be related to any organization in his memory. It seemed like it might be a hidden organization that the players had not come into contact with in his previous life. Their targets were all famous grade A supers, so it was indeed difficult for them to interact with the players. This thought flashed through his mind. He was still in the middle of the battle, and the three of them were surrounding Shauna. Jane and Gadeli were both Calamity grade supers, so they could cooperate with Han Xiao without the need for words. Since they were helpers, Han Xiao would naturally make use of them. He took up the responsibility of fighting head-on and attacked Shauna's magnetic field, shield time and time again. Jane acted as the main attacker, and the threat of his vibration attacks forced Shauna to dodge continuously. As for Gadeli, he did not approach after being sent flying and ran dozens of kilometers away. The strength of a gunner master was long-range attacks, so he attacked crazily from afar. A range of dozens of kilometers was nothing to a grade A gunner master, and his accuracy was still accurate. As long as the power was not reduced, he could shoot even further. His nickname, 100-turn cannon, was a reference to his attack frequency. The continuous long-range attacks made Shauna feel very uncomfortable. She wanted to target Gadeli, but she was held back by Han Xiao. Boom, boom, boom. The few of them were in a chaotic battle. The attacks of Calamity-grade supers were powerful, and the ground cracked and exploded. Again and again. Both parties were in a stalemate, and Shauna was a little frustrated. Brett, who had been beaten up by Han Xiao and the others, was actually a member of an intelligence organization under Bloodshed Land. He had received Clint's orders to come to Colton to gather information. Coincidentally, Shauna's organization had a special relationship with Clint. After capturing Kernid, she happened to be in this area. After Brett was attacked, the intelligence organization that he was in had notified Shauna, who was nearby, to ask for help. However, Shauna had arrived late, but because of that, she had discovered Black Star's tracks. Thus, she changed her target and directly attacked Black Star. The way she saw it, Black Star had sent himself to her, so she did not have to go to the Garten Star system to deal with him. Shauna had come with absolute confidence to deal with Black Star, but she did not expect to be in a tough battle. In Brett's intelligence, there was no information about Jane and Gadeli. Because Han Xiao had controlled the third-generation ship destroyer to quickly finish off the fleet, the two of them had no choice but to take action. Now, they had become unexpected reinforcements. Game over. Shauna did not want to waste any more time. She suddenly pointed her hands at the ground and fully activated her Esper ability. Rumble. The ground shook violently. The next moment, something shocking happened. Within a radius of tens of kilometers, holes suddenly collapsed. Almost 100 giant snakes made of metal particles broke through the ground. They were more than 10 meters thick and had an endless length. The ground was instantly riddled with holes. Earth Dragon Flip. The next second, hundreds of giant metal snakes rose into the air and crashed toward the three of them, triggering the planet's magnetic field and using the metal elements underground. What a terrifying ability. Han Xiao immediately felt troubled. An Esper with a magnetic field metal control ability definitely needed metal to unleash their strength. If it was just those spaceship fragments, Shauna's threat would not be high. However, her ability was strong enough to trigger the planet's magnetic field, which was equivalent to the entire planet being Shauna's arsenal. This was a well-deserved natural disaster. Gadeli's eyes widened. He quickly tried to distance himself, but he was caught up by two giant metal snakes. The giant metal snakes swallowed Gadeli whole. Then, the two giant snakes merged and turned into a metal sphere with a diameter of a few hundred meters. It crashed heavily onto the ground. Ka. The sphere kept squeezing and increasing its density, trapping Gadeli inside. This was Shauna's tried and tested move. Jane panicked. She slammed her fists on the ground. Clearly, she had used some kind of ability. A shock wave spread out. Boom! The frequency of the shock wave triggered a chain reaction of stress. The vibration of the ground suddenly increased, and a terrifying earthquake swept through the area. Countless giant metal snakes were directly shattered into iron sand. This attack caused a huge commotion. Further away, a huge rift valley appeared on the ground, as if the planet had opened its mouth. Boom! The shockwave hit the metal sphere, trapping Gadeli. The next moment, the sphere was shattered into pieces. Gadeli hurriedly broke free, his face covered in dust. Han Xiao was shocked. Jane's destructive power had shocked him. Her nickname of Seaquake was true to her name. Any Esper who could reach grade A was not weak. It should be known that if one's Esper potential did not reach grade A, their individual strength would definitely not reach grade A. Boom, boom, boom. Shauna and Jane completely unleashed their firepower. The battlefield kept shifting, and the area within hundreds of kilometers became a mess. Countless caves collapsed, and giant snakes slithered. It was like a disaster. Han Xiao and Gadeli watched from the side. However, although the commotion was shocking, Shauna was hovering in the air. The earthquake did not affect her at all. She had the absolute upper hand. Glancing at Han Xiao, who was dodging everywhere, a look of disdain flashed across Shauna's eyes. She shook her head. Although Black Star was the target on the list, his presence was almost non-existent. His performance was far worse than Jane's. Instead, Jane was more qualified to be the target. Shauna was a little disappointed. Rumors had it that Black Star was very powerful. She felt that he was just SOSO. He did not live up to his name. Thinking about it, she countered Black Star. It was normal that Black Star did not have the ability to fight back. If not for these two reinforcements, it would not be so troublesome. Shauna frowned. As long as she took care of Jane and Gadeli, Black Star would be a piece of cake. However, she had a new idea. Jane was very powerful and would become a member of the list sooner or later. She might as well capture Black Star and Jane here and now. As for that gunner, she felt that he was just SOSO. There was no value in capturing him. Just then, a gap appeared in Jane's defense. Shauna grabbed the opportunity and wrapped Jane with a giant metal snake, turning him into a sphere. Jane kept shaking inside, trying to break the cage. However, Shauna focused most of her energy on him. She controlled dozens of giant metal snakes to stack on top of the sphere. The giant sphere kept shrinking, and its density kept increasing. Its ability to resist earthquakes skyrocketed. The shaking inside became smaller and smaller. Jane could not struggle anymore. Done. Shauna's eyes lit up. She had Jane under control. From her point of view, the battle was over. Black Star had lost his powerful reinforcements and could be captured easily. Shauna turned around and stared at Han Xiao through the dust in the air. She said calmly, "Your reinforcements are gone. Now, it's your turn." Han Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at Shauna from afar. Just when Shauna thought that Han Xiao had given up resisting, Han Xiao suddenly laughed. "You're right. It's my turn." Buzz. The next second, a continuous roar came from the sky. Shauna looked up. 50 stars fell from above her head at an unbelievable speed. These stars were all the eye of God's railguns. Each beam had a diameter of about 7 to 8 meters. Shauna's pupils contracted. She only had time to form a magnetic field shield. The next moment, 50 satellite energy beams fell. Boom! A deafening explosion swept across the area. The incessant shock waves from the strong winds blew everything around them away. Gadeli was sent flying far away, while the giant metal ball that was enveloping Jane shot through the air and embedded itself deeply into a mountain more than 10 kilometers away. A dazzling mushroom cloud of flames rose into the sky. Their vision was completely white, and they could not see anything. Countless rocks turned into ashes, and the giant metal snake melted into molten iron. This scene was like the end of the world. Even in outer space, they could see a blazing red mushroom rising from the planet's surface. Han Xiao looked like he was slacking, but in fact he was commanding Rista, who had left the battle, to place 50 Eye of God's space-based satellite cannons in the warehouse in outer space. One round of orbital bombardment was enough to destroy an entire city. The enemy had displayed powerful control skills. He could only tank, but it would be difficult to defeat the enemy. Only powerful firepower could determine victory. Han Xiao put his hands on his hips and chuckled. Chapter 6:24. The strategic support style was known for its powerful off-field firepower. Han Xiao especially liked this kind of fighting style. In the past 2 years, he had replenished the number of satellite orbital cannons and placed them in the storage of the Blacklight stealth at all times. It could be said to be a must-have weapon for traveling and killing. The blazing mushroom cloud continued to expand and rise, creating a huge crater in the ground. Han Xiao did not waste any time. The mechanical suit's thrusters spat out, and he led the charge into the explosion zone, heading straight for the bottom of the crater. The combat information showed the damage caused by this round of attacks. Shauna had continuously strengthened her magnetic field shield, which reduced most of the damage. Furthermore, with her equipment's defense and personal resistance, this round of attacks was not enough to heavily injure her. Furthermore, with dozens of orbital cannons fired at the same time, the attack power was naturally not concentrated enough, wasting a lot of power. The biggest effect of this attack was to temporarily turn the situation around and interrupt the enemy's control. Han Xiao did not plan to give Shauna any time to catch her breath. He immediately chased after her. Shauna and her shield were blasted into the ground, and a hemispherical magnetic field shield was exposed at the bottom of the crater. It was very eye-catching in the flames and dust. Boom! At this time, Shauna suddenly raised her head. Her mask had already been shattered, revealing a face with a twisted expression. A stream of blood flowed down her forehead, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was as if she had already expected Han Xiao to chase after her. She pressed her palm on the ground, and a fountain of metal particles shot out from the ground below Han Xiao, grabbing toward Han Xiao. Grade A supers were all very experienced. The moment she was hit by the orbital cannons, Shauna had already guessed what Han Xiao was going to do next. While resisting the attack, she had also set up a trap and gathered the metal particles around her. This was all to catch Black Star, who was flying around like a fly. However, the next moment, Han Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Who? Less than a meter behind her, she suddenly felt a gust of wind. Her sharp senses told her that there was one more person in the magnetic field shield. Race talent, advanced void travel. How did he break through the magnetic field shield? Shauna's expression changed drastically. Before she could turn around, the back of her head was grabbed by a large hand wrapped in a bone-white mech. An irresistible force exploded, and with a bang, she was pressed face down into the ground. In the next second, the gray light of void energy flowed out of the void dragon mechanical suit and gathered on its arm. Full power void jet. Boom, boom, boom. Void jet could attack continuously without any cooldown, but the price was that the energy consumption would increase continuously. Han Xiao did not hold back at all and used up almost all of the void dragon's remaining energy. After the first shot, he activated the injection module in the mecha and injected a gene agent. In the past 2 years, he had captured countless space pirates. His private prison had been renamed as the Space Pirates' Warm Hut. He had collected a large number of genetic agents that could adapt to any situation. This agent gave the character a temporary ability that made it easier to stun. The consecutive shots of Void Jet directly triggered this effect, and Shauna entered a stunned state. Her mind was in a mess, and she could not resist at all. Thus, she could only obediently take on Han Zhao's storm-like attacks and let him do whatever he wanted. Her body was trembling nonstop from the explosions. After the last shot, Shauna was still in a stunned state and could not use her ability. Han Zhao did not say anything and directly switched to the Berserk Ape, entering a state of lightning overload. He raised his arms high, and the dazzling lightning energy gathered in his fists. In the next instant, his fists smashed down. Bang! The lightning exploded like a spider web, and the bottom of the crater was filled with cracks again. A loud explosion sounded. Han Zhao went all out in this attack. With the power explosion of the Berserk Ape, his gene liberation, and the critical hits that were occasionally triggered while Shauna was in a stunned state, the damage multiplier was more than 10 times. Crack! Even with the deafening sound of the collision, Han Zhao could clearly hear the sound of Shauna's bones breaking. Han Zhao's face was calm, and he did not use any tricks. He grabbed Shauna's neck, took a lunge, turned around, and threw Shauna out like a softball. The moment she left his hand, a circular shockwave exploded in the air. Berserk throw. Who? Shauna flew out like a cannonball, instantly flying out of the area covered by the mushroom cloud. The distance between them increased, and she almost disappeared from sight. However, this was not the end of the combo. Shauna flew far away, and just as she was about to recover from the stunned state, dozens of stars lit up in the sky. The second round of orbital volley. Boom! The second mushroom cloud rose slowly. The shockwave arrived as expected. Han Zhao's mechanical suit on his legs transformed into a foundation, firmly stabilizing his body, and he was not blown out. Han Zhao waved his hand, and a huge square gun appeared beside his feet. It looked like a big box, 2 meters tall, and there were more than 20 nozzles at the top of the box. This was a grenade launcher. He carried it on one shoulder and fired at the center of the second mushroom cloud in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Countless specially made grenade missiles were shot out of the box with flames trailing behind them. They flew in a parabola, crossed a long distance, and hit the target, causing a series of violent explosions. The grenade missiles were all small-yield nuclear grenades and space distortion bombs, and the magazines were quickly emptied. In the distance, Gadeli finally rescued Jane from the metal ball. The two of them looked at this scene and swallowed their saliva. This is too cruel. This is practically a massacre. After emptying his magazine, this combo had dealt tons of damage. However, there was still no kill notification, which meant that Shauna was still alive. As a super who was close to A+, her resistance to attacks was also very strong. Han Zhao switched to Void Dragon again and consumed some energy to recover some of the mechanical suit's energy. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, Shauna's figure suddenly rushed out of the mushroom cloud. She soared into the sky at high speed, and all the giant metal snakes followed closely behind. They merged together like a lone mountain rising from the ground. She's escaping? No, she's going to dismantle my satellite railgun. Han Zhao's eyes focused, activated the launcher, and chased after her. The two of them headed straight for outer space, one after the other. Damn it! Shauna glanced at Han Zhao, who was chasing after her, and gritted her teeth. She had taken a series of explosive attacks and suffered the most damage from a stunned state. She was severely injured. Her left arm was limp, and the bones in her arm were broken into abstract art. Her left leg was also twisted abnormally, and the left side of her body was severely damaged by Han Zhao. She did not know how many ribs were still connected, but her chest and back were burning with pain. She was in a very bad state. It had been a long time since she had been injured like this. She was shocked and angry at this moment. She was shocked by Black Star's sudden burst of firepower and angry that she was severely injured. If only Elliot was here, Shauna could not help but think of her mage partner. She secretly regretted acting alone. She had been too careless this time. Although she was severely injured, Shauna had no intention of retreating in her anger. She was going to dismantle all of Black Star's firepower support in outer space. This way, the battle could still be fought. In Han Zhao's vision, the surface of the earth was shrinking rapidly. The two of them charged into the sky, and he controlled all of the eyes of God to aim at Shauna. He took turns to shoot at her, wanting to slow her down. However, Shauna was prepared. Her flight path was irregular, and she never flew in a straight line. At the same time, she used the gigantic metal snake as a shield, blocking or dodging all of the railgun shots. "Looks like I can't stop her," Han Xiao calmly judged. Without any hesitation, he activated the recovery system of all the satellite cannons, and the eyes of God flew back to the Blacklight Stealth's warehouse. He was going to let Rista take the weapons and leave the battlefield again. With the mobility of the Blacklight Stealth, Shauna was helpless. The two of them finally approached the edge of the atmosphere. In front of them was the pitch-black environment of the universe. The Blacklight Stealth had already recovered all of its satellite cannons and was leaving this planet. Shauna gritted her teeth and raised her right arm with difficulty, about to activate her Esper ability. Han Zhao's advanced void travel had not finished its cooldown yet. Just as he was about to fire another void jet at Shauna, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the surface and accurately hit Shauna. This time, she was not prepared and was sent flying, tumbling in the sky. On the ground, Gadeli was operating a super-large rail sniper cannon with both hands. He was the one who had fired that shot. As a gunner, he had brought along guns that could adapt to various situations. This huge gun was specifically used for rail sniping. Gadeli was a grade A gun mechanic. Although he was beaten up by Shauna due to her ability being countered, it was not that he did not shine. When sniping a target in outer space, one had to consider parameters such as the rotation speed of the target. However, at his level, this was a normal operation. As long as the gun's performance was good enough, his sniping range was extremely high. This interrupted Shauna's ability. The Blacklight Stealth accelerated and escaped from Shauna's ability range. Shauna barely stabilized her body and floated in the air. She stared at Han Xiao and felt that the situation had become extremely troublesome. In her current state, the chances of capturing and defeating the 3 Calamity Grades, including Black Star, were extremely slim. Shauna immediately had thoughts of retreating. Shauna did not want to gamble her life on something that she was not confident about. There was no need for that. Even if she failed, it would be the same the next time she brought her companions. Her failure this time would at most alert the enemy. However, in her opinion, even if Black Star was vigilant, it would be useless. She did not reveal any information, so Black Star had no idea who was targeting him. Next time, as long as she brought along powerful companions, under overwhelming combat power, regardless of whether Black Star was prepared or not, he would still be defeated. Thinking of this, Shauna's anger subsided. She regained her calmness and took this loss. She did not want to waste any more time. With a wave of her hand, the giant metal snake pounced toward Han Xiao. Then, she summoned a single-person spaceship and quickly sat in the cockpit. Han Xiao was entangled with the giant metal snake and could not chase after her. He also did not think of chasing after her. The Void Dragon mechanical suit could not outrun the spaceship, and the Berserk ape would be restrained. It was indeed very difficult for him to keep Shauna here. Most importantly, although Shauna was a rare opponent, Han Xiao did not want to kill her here. Shauna's spaceship quickly left. Before entering the hyperdrive, Han Xiao threw an observer's mark at Shauna. Without Shauna's control, the giant metal snake instantly collapsed and fell to the ground like rain. Han Xiao floated in the air and looked at the light trail left behind by Shauna's spaceship. He smirked. Treating me as prey is not that easy. The mysterious organization that Shauna belonged to had their eyes on him. Even if he killed Shauna, there would still be powerful enemies coming to kill him in the future. This was only a temporary solution. Currently, Han Xiao knew nothing about this mysterious organization. He urgently needed information. The Observer's Mark was the best ability to steal information. Han Xiao wanted to let Shauna go because he wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. The key to his mission was to figure out the background and scale of this mysterious organization and find their base. After all, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Han Xiao did not want to live in fear of being ambushed at any moment. This mysterious organization was a ticking time bomb. If he wanted to get rid of it once and for all, this was the most efficient way. Although he would still have to face Shauna, who countered him, in the future, Han Xiao decided to change the focus of his machinery manufacturing during this period. He started to build non-metallic machines on a large scale, as well as special machines that could be controlled by magnetic fields. This would reduce Shauna's ability to counter him to the greatest extent. As long as he gave the mechanic class time to prepare, he would be able to create any counter. However, this woman is quite strong. If I didn't have 2 helpers, I would have a hard time fighting her. Han Xiao sighed. If it was a one-on-one battle, he had the ability to switch between health and energy, so the battle would become a battle of attrition. The chances of Shauna defeating him would be extremely low. However, with just his tankiness, he would have a hard time. Luckily, he had 2 helpers, Jane and Gadeli, to share the firepower. After defeating Shauna, the first round of the hidden grade A-chain mission, Prey, popped up, and he received more than 30 million experience. Han Xiao did not immediately draw Shauna's ability. Without Fu Ding by his side, he was not confident. I'll draw it when I return to the base. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Chapter 625. Han Xiao lowered his head to take a look. Looking down from the sky, the surface of the battlefield was cracked like a biscuit that had been crushed. There were also 2 huge craters and smoke that had yet to disperse from the explosion. Slowly flying back to the ground, Han Xiao put away the Void Dragon and returned to his original attire. Jane and Gadeli approached him. Both of them were covered in dust, especially Jane. His body was full of wounds, and his messy chest hair was still dancing. Black Star, did you kill that woman? Jane asked impatiently. No, she escaped. Han Xiao shook his head. Her target was you. Do you know who that woman is? Not sure. This is the first time I was attacked by her. Han Xiao knew Shauna's name, but there was no need to tell the 2 of them. The 2 of them were furious. They had encountered an unexpected disaster. All of their subordinates had been wiped out, and the fleet that they had painstakingly built was gone. They were greatly hurt. However, they could not blame Black Star either. Black Star was also confused and had no intention of tricking them. Furthermore, Black Star's combat power and status were not something they could compare to. The 2 of them could only admit that they were unlucky and depressed. Although Jane and Gadeli were in a bad mood, they were amazed by Shauna's combat power. Even 3 calamity grades could not hold her back. If not for Black Star's burst of power at the critical moment, the 2 of them would not have been able to defeat the enemy. The 3 of them rested after the battle and communicated for a while. Finally, Dottle called and asked about the situation. What's wrong? What happened just now? An unknown Esper who seems to be A+ suddenly attacked me. Her origin is unknown, Han Xiao explained and asked the people of the Amethyst civilization to help him investigate. No problem. We will thoroughly investigate the other party's identity. If there is a result, I will inform you. Dottle agreed solemnly. He then said to the 3 of them, we are still preparing to form an alliance. There will probably be new movements this year. When the time comes, we will gather all the partners. Please be prepared at all times. The 3 of them had no objections. After a while, they ended the call with Dottle. Han Xiao put away his communicator and looked at the 2 of them. What do you plan to do next? The 2 of them smiled bitterly. We're really unlucky. Gadeli sighed. Jane said helplessly, go back and recruit more people, buy more warships, and hopefully make up for the losses this time. Hearing this, Han Xiao immediately had an idea. These 2 were both powerful grade A supers, and their organization had suffered heavy losses. Perhaps he could try to recruit them. Actually, you can join my Black Star Corps. With your strength, you won't have any problems becoming the vice captain. I sincerely invite you to join us. Han Xiao smiled and extended an invitation. The 2 of them stared blankly at each other for a moment. They looked at each other with contemplative looks on their faces. After a while, they replied, thank you for your invitation, but I don't intend to join any other forces for the time being, Jane declined politely. I still prefer to build my own faction. Sorry. Gadeli shook his head. It's fine. My invitation is valid for a long time. When you're interested, we can talk about it any time. Han Xiao did not mind and was not too disappointed. The difficulty of recruiting a Calamity Grade Super was far greater than recruiting a Grade B Super. Every Grade A Super had the qualifications to dominate an area. Strength was often proportional to ambition. Jane and Gadeli wanted to build their own faction and become the overlord of an area. He was not surprised that they were unwilling to submit to others. After all, even if a Beyond Grade A Super wanted to recruit a Calamity Grade Super, they might still be rejected. As the high-end individual combat power of the galaxy, they were still very reserved in this aspect, just like a maiden. By the way, Black Star, we want to trouble you with something. Jane was a little embarrassed and shook his chest hair. Just say it. Han Xiao tried his best not to be attracted by Jane's unique chest hair. Our spaceships were all destroyed, so Han Xiao laughed and patted Jane's shoulder. Don't worry, we're comrades who fought side by side. Take my spaceship. I'll send you to the nearest port planet. Haha, sorry to trouble you. Seeing that Black Star was so easy to talk to, Jane happily stroked his chest hair. His race valued chest hair for beauty, and a mouthful of well-groomed, smooth chest hair was synonymous with handsome men. It looked just like Guan Yu's beard. Han Zhao's veins bulged as he forced a smile. Put on your clothes first. Don't drop your hair on my spaceship. Shauna's single spaceship turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the universe. In the cockpit, Shauna injected herself with a healing potion. Together with her own recovery ability, the broken bones stuck together and barely regained normal movement. Only then did she send a message to her companions. Elliot's projection appeared on the screen. He was Shauna's mage companion. They usually moved in pairs. As soon as the communication was connected, Elliot spoke. Shauna, did you catch Black Star? You don't look good. What happened? I failed. Shauna's face was as calm as water as she briefly explained the process. Ha 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 ha. You're so miserable. Not only did Elliot not have a common enemy, but he was also gloating and laughing nonstop. Shauna's face was ugly as she said hatefully, I'll kill you sooner or later. After laughing for a while, Elliot stopped and said lightly, You failed this time. It will make us suspect that we're exposed. All of us will have to keep a low profile for a while. Shauna snorted and did not speak. She did not find an excuse for her failure, but she did not feel ashamed either. A failure was a failure. It was not a big deal to her. Black Star's combat ability has been underestimated. Although you did not reveal our information, it made him more vigilant. It will be more difficult to capture him. It's best that we put him aside for now and deal with other targets first. Elliot said slowly. Anyway, go back to the headquarters to rest first and meet up with me. We'll discuss the next plan then. Remember to get rid of all the spies. Don't expose our location. You don't have to emphasize it. Shauna's tone was cold. She hung up the communication, activated the concealment device, and turned in the direction of the headquarters. She did not know that a large eyeball was silently watching her from the void. After sending off his future Section 0 teammates, Jane and Gadeli, Han Xiao did not stop and return to the Garden Star system. He stopped at the main base of Planet Golden Gate. The nearby mercenaries saw the landing spaceship and recognized that it was Han Zhao's spaceship. Knowing that their captain had returned from somewhere, they saluted him with their eyes. The blacklight stealth stopped in Han Zhao's personal hangar, and he went straight to the core area of the base. Without hesitation, he went straight to Fiden. Normally, Fiden would train his psychic energy on the rooftop of the base. When Han Xiao arrived at the rooftop, he immediately saw Fiden, who was sitting cross-legged in midair. Ripples of psychic energy rippled continuously. Fu Ding closed his eyes and sang a song. His psychic power techniques were inherited from Chun Xing, and he used his psychic power through singing. His lips opened slightly, and the heavenly song was like a fairy in the wind, soothing his fatigue and pain. Han Zhao's mood also calmed down. His song could surround the entire base and had a buff effect. Players would receive a temporary buff. This was the specialty of Planet Golden Gate's main base. There were buffs to eat when one came here, and Fu Ding was like the background music of a human broadcast. Fu Ding brought along his elder sister and inherited all the knowledge of Qin Xing. His own talent was also extremely strong, and his strength grew rapidly. 2 years ago, he was already able to suppress Qin Xing on his own. However, he did not leave and stayed in the Black Star Corps to train. Occasionally, he would follow the mercenaries around and lead a colorful life. Sometimes, he would go out alone and travel to other places. However, in the end, he would return to the Black Star Corps to rest. Han Xiao was very willing to be his backup, as long as he could be touched. He would give full marks for touching, not 0 marks. However, Fu Ding's personal mission had not been completed yet. Ever since Fu Ding fulfilled his promise and handed Qin Xing's savings of tens of millions to Han Xiao, his relationship with Qin Xing went from ambiguous to Cold War. Han Xiao guessed that when the two of them opened their hearts and opened the door to a new world, they would face the fact that they were perverts who liked to have sexual intercourse. Only then would they become passionately in love and allow him to complete his mission. There was another person at the corner of the rooftop. Orochio was sitting by the side and listening to music. 2 years ago, Han Xiao had shared the mission of finding a memory location with the players. The results were remarkable in the past 2 years, and the progress of the mission was very fast. Orochio liked to listen to Fu Ding singing, as it could stimulate her to recall more memories. At this time, seeing Han Xiao, Orochio's arm turned into energy and gently wrapped around Han Xiao like a ribbon as a greeting. Sensing Han Xiao's footsteps, Fu Ding stopped singing, turned around, and said with a smile, "Black Star, why are you looking for me?" "Nothing. You sing your song. I'm just here to test my luck." Han Xiao walked up and touched Fu Ding. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and left. Fu Ding touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He always felt that Black Star had some misunderstanding about him. Was his luck good? Why didn't he know about it? First round completed. You have received the reward. Draw one of Shauna's abilities, skill/talent. Note, Shauna is a special esper. Some of the available skills have been automatically adjusted according to your class. Randomizing complete. 1. Magnetic Field Vision, Talent. You have a keen insight into magnetic fields. Plus 12% Machinery Affinity. Plus 6% Mechanical Force Range. 2. Magnetic Vortex, Ability, Controllability. Releases a magnetic force that draws in a huge magnetic field from the outside world. There is a chance to cause chaos to all targets in a certain area. This chance depends on INT and the environment. Costs 160 energy. Cooldown, 40 SIXS. 3. Electromagnetism, Chaotic Velocity Star. Skill, Long-Range Skill. Stacks electromagnetic acceleration on multiple objects, accumulates a huge amount of kinetic energy, and shoots out. Deals 210 to 742 damage to a single object. Number depends on the size of the object and the time it takes to accumulate the electromagnetic force. 4. Strong Magnetic Field Shield. Ability, Defensive Ability. Strengthening type, Mechanical Force Technique. Form a magnetic field shield within a 3-meter radius around yourself. The shield's value is unlimited. Maintaining the shield consumes energy. If the damage received exceeds the critical point in 1 second, the magnetic field shield will be temporarily shattered. Cooldown 2 5s. The shattering point depends on the energy consumed per second. The damage received at the critical point will not exceed 22,000. Every time the shield receives damage, additional energy will be consumed. 5. Super Electromagnetic Induction. Talent. Your magnetic energy has been strengthened. The energy bonus will change greatly with every level. These abilities were the result of adjustments. Han Xiao was not surprised because all of Shauna's abilities came from her own Esper ability. It was impossible for him to obtain her Esper ability. Most of the abilities that increased the strength of his magnetic field metal control, Esper ability, did not have any effect on him. Luckily, magnetic field metal control was very compatible with the mechanic class. Many of the abilities were also very useful to the mechanic class after adjustments. Looking at it, there were no particularly eye-catching abilities, but there were also no special traps. Han Xiao felt that this draw was quite normal. If I don't touch Fu Ding, I'm afraid I'll get some bad stuff. It seems like Fu Ding's luck neutralizes my bad luck. Chapter 626. Han Xiao was not interested in the first option, magnetic field vision. He currently had close to 1,000 points of machinery affinity, and this bonus was negligible. Of the three abilities, strong magnetic field shield was without a doubt the most powerful. If it was given to the players, it could be considered half a godly ability. The downside was that it consumed a lot of energy, but to Han Xiao, it was still bearable. Unfortunately, he did not really want another tank ability. He was already extremely tanky, and if he continued to be tanky, he would become a deity. Strong magnetic field shield conflicted with the conversion of energy and health. Only when his body took damage would it be absorbed and converted into energy, but it would not work on the shield. Although this ability was not bad, he did not really need it. The other two abilities had slightly Chinibya names, but their effects were not bad. They could be used as offensive means when he was not using machinery. However, he did not use machinery very often, so he would not use them very often. The last talent was super electromagnetic induction. The introduction was very simple, but Han Xiao had seen similar talents in his previous life. It strengthened the basic attributes of energy, and the value of energy bonus would increase tremendously. This kind of talent was relatively rare. Not only the mechanic class, but the other four classes also had talents that strengthened the energy attribute. Shauna's Esper ability just happened to be compatible with the mechanic class. The magnetic attribute was related to mechanical force. If he chose this, his machinery affinity would increase tremendously, at least a few times more than the first talent. Furthermore, when he obtained a new layer of energy bonus in the future, this talent would still be effective, which was equivalent to increasing his growth potential. This could be considered a rare high-level mechanic talent with growth potential. TSK, I can only choose one. I really want all of them. Han Xiao scratched his head in frustration. Other than the first option, he wanted all four. After much consideration, he made the choice because he valued long-term potential more. You have received super electromagnetic induction. Your magnetic attribute energy has been strengthened. Your energy bonus has changed. Han Xiao opened his personal attributes, glanced at it, and smiled. With every layer of energy bonus, his machinery affinity increased significantly. Currently, he was at LV11 energy realm. Originally, it increased his machinery affinity by 142%, but with this talent, it increased to 262%. It increased his machinery affinity by 120%. It almost doubled. It's done. We won't lose anything this time. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. The additional 120% affinity directly increased his mechanical force bonus by more than 1,000. This talent still had a long-term potential to be unearthed, and it would only become stronger as he leveled up. Although it could not be compared to Reynolds' cheat-like perfect mechanical sense, it was still not bad. Together with his own basic mechanical sense, he finally had two mechanic talents. That's more like a mechanic. Han Xiao chuckled. However, the other three skills were also quite good. He felt a little regretful that he couldn't choose all of them. This is only the first round of the mission. Shauna is still alive. If every round's reward is a draw ability, Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he could not help but fantasize. He suddenly felt moved, and he wished he could meet Shauna a few more times. Shauna was a treasure trove of skills. He glanced at the second round of the Prey mission. It hadn't refreshed yet. The second round of the mission would probably only appear when the enemy attacked again. The enemy is in the dark, and I'm in the light. Luckily, I planted an eye on her, or I wouldn't have been able to defend against their surprise attack. Just like the name of the mission, they're hunters waiting for an opportunity to strike, and I'm the prey. If I were to be attacked at a crucial moment in other missions, the losses would be huge. These hunters are really troublemakers. Han Xiao secretly rejoiced. On the way back, Han Xiao heard the conversation between Shauna and Elliot through the observer's mark. He knew that Lu Ran was heading toward the headquarters. If he could confirm the location of this mysterious organization's headquarters, he might be able to drag Ames up to the high ground. With floating dragon smashing down, not to mention crystals, the enemy's spring water might not even exist. Patience was the basic quality of a peeping Tom. There was no point in being impatient. He would only gain something from the observer's mark after some time. Han Xiao went to the training room to test out his new talent. He then taught Sylvia and Reynold a lesson before letting Sylvia report on the matters of the army. After dealing with the trivial matters, he went into the machinery modification room and started his seclusion. Shauna's attack had given him some pressure. If her companions all had grade A+ strength, they would be an unprecedentedly strong opponent. Han Xiao was prepared to go into seclusion to build a batch of non-metallic machinery, as well as a magnetic field reversal device that could neutralize Shauna's magnetic field manipulation Esper ability. With plenty of EXP, Han Xiao did not care about the expenses. He gambled a large number of blueprints and found quite a number of useful blueprints. Including the blueprints, the number of his skills had already exceeded 1,000. The effect of the research theory talent had already accumulated more than 300 intelligence points. Building non-metallic machinery was one aspect of increasing his strength. On the other hand, Han Xiao felt that it was time to increase his level. Currently, he was level 170 and stuck at the Galaxy Mechanic class advancement mission. If he completed the class advancement, his strength would increase greatly, and he would be able to obtain the next important mechanic skills. The class advancement requirement was very straightforward. He only needed to learn one cutting-edge knowledge. However, it was not easy for Han Xiao. In his previous life, when the players were at this level, the version was already quite late. After playing for a long time and experiencing many main storylines, they had already built relationships with many factions and could directly exchange for cutting-edge knowledge. However, Han Xiao was too advanced. Due to the version limitation, he did not have the chance to build relationships with the star cluster civilizations. Therefore, this simple class advancement requirement in his previous life blocked him. It was not difficult, but it was very difficult. Han Xiao had already used up all the random rewards that he had accumulated. He inherited the Black Face Chief's bloodline and did not get a mission completion card. The mission completion card was actually very cheap. It was not a rare item. The things that he had drawn were basically worth more than the mission completion card. For example, he had drawn the precious Esper ability potential enhancing fluid twice in a row. Including the one he had accumulated a long time ago, he now had 3. He felt that it was a waste of time for him to draw a mission completion card after touching Fuding. Cutting-edge knowledge was a must to learn, so Han Xiao was too lazy to gamble on the mission completion card. He only hoped that the Amethyst civilization would quickly build Section 0. He did not say anything and just started farming. In Crimson Tide, there was no lack of faction missions. In the outer space orbit of the Amethyst civilization's mother planet, a garrison satellite station codenamed Scimitar surrounded the mother planet. This was a newly built space station, and it was the office of a new organization. The members of this organization were all elites drawn from the various departments of the Secret Service Agency. At this moment, inside the Scimitar Garrison Satellite Station, in the office of the highest-ranking officer, a group of foreign affairs captains sat up straight and stared at the highest-ranking officer of this organization, Ralph. Ralph flipped through the work reports of everyone and listened to the captains explain the situation. The list of cooperating organizations has been sorted out. A total of 173 new organizations have been selected. We have contacted all of them, and they all have the intention of cooperating with us. Please take a look. The number is too small. Ralph's tone was calm. In front of his subordinates, he was very dignified. In terms of the size of the entire star cluster, the number is indeed small. However, the 173 candidate organizations were the result of our careful selection. All of them have a Calamity Grade Super in their organization. This is a mandatory requirement. They are distributed in the various star systems of Colton and have a very high status and reputation. For example, Seafuli's Arc Light Organization, Skywalker's Hero Group, Ryan's New Phylum Militia. These few organizations are the most powerful among the candidates. It's still not enough. The strength of these non-official armed organizations is far from the combined forces of the Clint's. Ralph shook his head with dissatisfaction. The development of Colton's private organizations is too chaotic and scattered. Clint has the Bloodshed Land, and one of them is comparable to all of our cooperating organizations. Clint has helped their ally, the Bloodshed Land, expand in the past 2 years and integrated about half of the private organizations in their territory. Clint wants to form a combined force with the Bloodshed Land as the core. Facing such a colossus, the cooperating organizations we found are completely powerless. If they want to start a secret war, we have no chance of winning. Indeed, the enemy has the Bloodshed Land. If we don't mobilize the official army, no one will be able to stop the tyrant. However, beyond grade, supers will not make a move easily. They represent deterrence. It's not like we don't have beyond grade, as in Colton. The Dragon Emperor is also here. However, the Dragon Emperor Ames is neutral. She's not our ally. Ralph frowned. The Black Star Corps is on the list of cooperating organizations. Although they can't be compared to our old partners and the strongest candidates mentioned earlier, their strength can still be ranked in the second tier of the list. Their background is the Floating Dragon Armed Forces. Maybe we can make use of the Dragon Emperor's strength through them. I know Black Star. He's a very smart guy. Don't think about using him to get close to Ames. Besides, Ames might not be a match for the Tyrant Heber. Ralph shook his head. After pausing for a while, he continued to remind his subordinate. Currently, Clint is still holding back, but they will become more and more rampant in the future. Sooner or later, they will start a secret war. The higher-ups have already spoken. We can't let the enemy force out the official army, or else a war might really break out. Clint wants to snatch part of Colton's territory. Even if the 3 universal civilizations come to stop the war, the Red Empire is Clint's backer, and we will be at a disadvantage politically. We might be forced to sign an unfair treaty. I'm not satisfied with the current list. The purpose of our organization is to deal with Clint's expansion. You have to rope in more armed organizations. Understood. Also, the approval from the higher-ups has been issued. The organization has an official code name. When the time comes, inform the candidates. This will be the name of the organization formed by all the cooperating organizations. What's the code name? Ralph tapped the table with his finger and said with a serious tone, Secret Service, Section 0. Chapter 627. Soul Cluster, Clint Kingdom Territory, Bloodshed Land Headquarters, Planet Heber. In Heber's palace, the emissary from Clint met with the tyrant and conveyed the message of the upper echelons. The Amethyst civilization destroyed the reconnaissance team we sent to Colton. This is their warning. According to the information we received, the people who attacked the reconnaissance team were all private organizations in the Colton Star Cluster. This proves that Purple Crystal is forming an alliance. We have to take the next step. You need my help. Yes, in the past 2 years, Clint has been supporting you and helping you gather many private armed organizations in the Soul Cluster. The scale of Bloodshed Land is many times larger than 2 years ago. We plan to form an alliance with you as the core to secretly invade the Colton Star Cluster and start a secret war with the Amethyst civilization. Sure, Heber replied. Although the Dragon Emperor Ames is in Colton, she's basically neutral. However, the Black Star Corps under her seems to be on Purple Crystal's side. If Ames interferes, we hope you can deal with her. If necessary, I'll take action. Heber shook his head. In the previous gathering, the Dragon Emperor and Black Star had not explicitly rejected the Red Empire's recruitment, and there had been no news of them after that. However, even if Floating Dragon had joined the Red Empire, they were still not on the same side. Both sides had different goals, and they stood on opposite sides of the Star Cluster civilization camps. The Red Empire did not care about chess pieces fighting each other. The more chaotic the situation was, the better. That way, they could take advantage of the situation. Clint was willing to be the Crimson Dynasty's pawn and carried out the Crimson Dynasty's motto. With a strong backer, Clint had become bolder and bolder in the past 2 years, especially toward Purple Crystal, a neutral civilization that did not side with any of the 3 universal civilizations. They had been eyeing it for a long time. The Sol cluster that Clint controlled was the second largest in the Shattered Star Ring, and it was Colton's neighbor. Clint was very ambitious, and their goal was not only to share the benefits of the flickering world, but also the Colton star cluster. Although they maintained a good relationship with Purple Crystal on the surface, they secretly wanted to steal a few star systems from Purple Crystal. Of course, this would not have been possible in the past. However, now that the Red Empire wanted to cause trouble, the restrictions of the peace treaty suddenly decreased. The strong had the right to set the rules. The balance of order in the galaxy seemed indestructible to ordinary people, but in the eyes of the 3 universal civilizations, who had experienced the Exploration Era War, order was actually very fragile. The other civilizations were just players who had to follow the rules of their game. Even Heber felt that the Clints were very greedy. However, this was exactly what he wanted. He needed ambitious allies, not allies who had no ambition. The more greedy a person was, the more they would rely on him. Heber stood up, and his mountain-like figure covered the Clint emissary. I understand Clint's intentions. Go back and tell your superiors that I will take over this war. They don't have to worry about anything. The Clint emissary nodded with a victorious smile on his face. Compared to the temporary alliance formed by the Purple Crystal Star Cluster, the difference between the two was like an iron fist and a sheet of loose sand. For this secret war, Clint had started preparing 2 years ago. Purple Crystal had reacted hastily and was at a disadvantage before the war even started. With Heber the tyrant holding the fort, it was only a matter of time before they crushed Purple Crystal's alliance. The Bloodshed Land was invincible and had never disappointed Clint before. Shauna returned to the headquarters, which was located in a desolate universe belt at the edge of the Shattered Star Ring. It was truly a no-man's land. All the star fields had desolate universe belts, and very few people stepped into them. The characteristics of the desolate universe belts were that the planet density was sparse, the resources were scarce, and there was no life. However, some organizations that were wanted or wanted to remain mysterious would occasionally choose desolate universe belts as their headquarters. Shauna entered the headquarters, and her companions were all waiting there. Other than Elliot, there were 4 other people wearing different masks. They were either sitting or standing, and their auras were unfathomable. They all looked at Shauna. One of the short men spoke. His voice was hoarse and indistinct, like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. He slowly said, "You failed and exposed your face. For the next few years, you will replace Adrian to guard the headquarters. He and Elliot will go out on missions." Humph! Shauna's expression was ugly, but she did not refute. This was their internal rule. In order to not be targeted, once someone failed outside, they would replace the person on duty outside. This was a secret organization with very few members, and all of them were elites. Adrian was a muscular male creature with the characteristics of a beast man. Hearing this, he took out a palm-sized metal plate, threw it to Shauna, and said, "It's your turn to guard the headquarters. Enjoy your boring life from now on." This metal plate was one of the special keys of the headquarters prison. It was divided into 4 parts. All the targets on the list would be locked up in the headquarters prison. Under normal circumstances, 4 people would guard the headquarters, and 2 would go out to capture the targets on the list. This was their normal operation. Elliot shrugged. "Looks like I can't partner with you." Unfortunately, I always thought that we had good chemistry. Hearing this, Adrian pointed at himself. "I'm your old partner." Elliot was helpless. "Other than Mr. Albert, all of you have worked with me before." The short old man was Albert. He was the captain of this team and had been guarding the headquarters all along. Elliot had never failed outside. He was the only one who had never been replaced. It was always his partners who rotated. Shauna, Adrian, and the other three had all worked with him before. Next, let's talk about Black Star. Albert stared at Shauna and said slowly, "Because of your failure, there's a risk of us being exposed. Black Star will be vigilant and will actively search for our whereabouts. We have two choices. One is to ignore Black Star and wait for the storm to die down before we act. The other is to capture him as soon as possible and eliminate the risk of being exposed. After that, we will keep a low profile for a while. Leaving him alive is a hidden danger." I've checked his information. The Dark Star organization and the Garden Star system did not take Black Star seriously at first and was destroyed by him in the end. This person is very dangerous. We can't leave him alone. Shauna suddenly interrupted. Albert nodded. Makes sense. He's a dangerous person. Elliot, Adrian, the only goal of your mission this time is Black Star. You must capture him. If you can't capture him alive, I'll allow you to eliminate him. All right. Elliot had no choice but to nod. Mr. Albert, I've fought Black Star before and was unable to force him to use the characteristics of indestructible body. He should still be hiding stronger abilities. It's not safe with just two people. My ability just happens to counter him. Please let me work with you, Shauna said with a deep voice. Albert thought about it and felt that it did make sense. He asked Shauna to hand over the key and said, "All right, I'll make an exception this time. The three of you will work together. Don't be rash. Make sure you're 100% confident before you act." Shauna nodded this time. Part of the reason why she had insisted on participating in this mission was because she wanted to avenge her humiliation. The main reason was that she wanted to take care of Black Star. Although she had lost, she still remembered the battle process. Black Star had been countered by her, so she was indeed suitable to deal with Black Star. Clint has been on the move recently. It seems like they're going to fight with the Amethyst civilization. Black Star should be involved. We have plenty of opportunities. Elliot smiled. He was A+ super, and he had two close to A+ helpers, Shauna and Adrian. His opponent was just Black Star alone. He felt that it was safe. At the same time, Black Star core base number 1. Oh my, sending 3 people to deal with me. That's scary. Through the observer's mark, Han Xiao saw the conversation between Shauna and the others as if he was watching a movie. After waiting for a few days, Han Xiao finally received valuable information from the observer's mark, which gave him shock. Shauna is suspected to be grade A+, and the other 2 should not be weaker than her. The 3 of them working together to deal with me. Have I dug up your ancestors' graves? Are they that irreconcilable? Is there a need to send out such a luxurious lineup? However, Han Xiao did not panic at all. After all, this was a huge problem, and there was no point in panicking. With my strength, the chances of winning against these 3 people are very slim. Even if I'm very tanky and might not be killed, there's an 80% chance that I'll be captured. If the strength of these 6 people is similar, it can be said that as long as it's someone below beyond grade A, as long as it's someone they want to capture, there's almost no one they can't capture. Being targeted by this group of people, Han Xiao could not help but feel heavy pressure. This group of people seemed to be just following orders to capture the strong. Han Xiao had a feeling that these 6 people were just the tip of the iceberg of this mysterious organization. However, pressure was only pressure. Not only did Han Xiao not panic, he even felt like laughing. Originally, the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. If Shauna did not participate in the operation, he would not have been able to guard against the enemy's surprise attack. However, Shauna had to participate in the operation and became the eyes of the operation, allowing Han Xiao to monitor their movements at any time. What a good teammate. This eye is too worth it. Han Xiao cannot help but feel lucky that this group of people was cautious. If they were reckless, his situation would have been quite troublesome. He was not afraid of scheming, but he was afraid of stubborn people. Let me think about how to receive them. Chapter 628. The current situation was very clear. 3 people were moving around outside, preparing to attack him, while the other 3 were guarding the base. However, there was only one problem in front of Han Xiao. How could he maximize the benefits? He was thinking about how to capture all the enemies in one go while also completing as many rounds of prey missions as possible. This kind of hidden grade A mission that could draw abilities was very rare. If he was lucky, it could greatly increase his strength. There seemed to be only 6 enemies. I need to think of a way to kill all of them without alerting them. Han Xiao pondered. The situation has been reversed. The enemy is in the light while I am in the dark. This is my biggest advantage, and I need to make good use of it. Should I deal with Shauna and the other 2 first, or attack the enemy's base first? The trump cards I can use are the Black Star Corps, my connections in the mercenary world, the support of Ames, and the various organizations behind the targets on the list. If the strong people captured by the enemy are all locked in the base, I can easily convince those organizations to work together to deal with the enemy. However, the enemy is strong individually, and their advantage is their mobility. If any one of them escapes, it will be troublesome. Han Xiao shook his head. He felt that he could not attack the base under such circumstances. No matter what, the 3 people guarding the base had a combat strength that was suspected to be grade A+. Even if he invited the Dragon Emperor, the enemy would still have time to inform his teammates. Once the enemy was alerted and the 3 outside knew that the spring water was gone, they would most likely scatter and escape. At that time, he would only be able to capture Shauna and not the other 2. He thought about it, and also rejected the idea of splitting the troops into 2 groups. The operation was more difficult and there were more uncertain factors. If they split the troops into 2 groups, it would be a big problem to allocate the combat power on both sides. After all, the enemy was not a weakling that could be easily bullied. They might have some strange escape ability. How about this? Han Zhao's eye sparkled. If he wanted to attack the base, he had to at least gather all the members of the enemy so that he could capture all of them in one go. If he captured Shauna and the other 2, he would lose his target. If he captured any one of them, the other party would be worried about being exposed and might move their base camp out of caution. Once they ran into the depths of the desolate universe belt, it would be difficult to chase after them. Han Xiao thought about it and decided to only repel Shauna and the other 2. If they failed again, they would definitely return home. At that time, the 6 of them would all be alive. He would gather his troops earlier and push the high ground in one wave. None of them would be able to escape, and he could also rescue the grade A powerhouses captured by the enemy. For the sake of secrecy, Han Xiao decided to wait for Shauna and the other 2 to come to him. If he took the initiative to attack, it would reveal that he could lock onto their location. He felt that the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. He was like a hunter patiently hunting in the jungle, waiting for his prey to step into the trap. However, I need to find some helpers first. Han Xiao opened the contact list, and the names of the leaders of countless forces were densely packed together. He couldn't see the end of it. On the mother planet of the Amethyst civilization, in the Scimitar Garrison satellite, Section Zero's official office, Ralph stared at his communicator with his brows tightly furrowed. It was as though he was thinking about some difficult problem, and his secretary did not dare disturb him. In reality, the communicator was playing a galactic entertainment program, and he was slacking off at work. He had no choice. Recruiting private forces was the job of the Foreign Affairs emissary. Even if the establishment of an alliance was imminent, he could only wait for the Foreign Affairs emissary's decision. The war had not started yet, and there was no point in being anxious. At this moment, a call request suddenly popped up on his communicator, interrupting the program. Ralph's expression did not change as he picked up the call. It was Han Xiao. Black Star, it's rare to see you take the initiative to contact me. I've already seen your notice. How many people are there in Section 0 now? Not long ago, Purple Crystal had announced the name of the Alliance to all the collaborators, and they would be collectively known as Section 0. Han Xiao had also received the news. However, this organization was still in its infancy, and they did not have a complete lineup. They did not know each other's names, and the interface had not popped up with a notification of the new faction, Section 0. The members of Section 0 are a secret for now. When it's officially established, we will gather all the collaborators, and you will know then. In his previous life, the factions that the players had seen in version 3, 0 were all completed during the version update. This time, however, he had been a part of it from the beginning. Han Xiao chuckled. He roughly remembered which factions were there in Section 0 at the end, but he felt that there should be a chance for him to change the storyline this time. I have a way to allow Section 0 to recruit more experts. Ralph's eyes lit up, and he was very interested. Let's hear it. The Light Talisman Civilization was the ruler of the 1,000 Light Star System. Among the many star system civilizations in the Colton Star Cluster, the Light Talisman Civilization had always been a staunch supporter of the Amethyst Civilization. Their civilization level exceeded that of ordinary star system civilizations, and they maintained an alliance with Purple Crystal. Recently, the head of the Light Talisman Civilization's Homeland Defense Department, Kimas, had been very troubled. All of this was because the strongest official of the Light Talisman Civilization, Kernid, had gone missing during his vacation. The upper echelons were furious and ordered him to find Kernid's whereabouts. Kimas was under pressure from the upper echelons, so he naturally wanted to find Kernid. Not only that, Kernid was his biological brother, and without Kernid, he would not have been able to sit firmly in his position. All of these factors made Kimas more anxious than anyone else. However, until now, he had not found any clues. Kimas had even applied for help from the Amethyst Civilization, but to no avail. He had been so troubled that his hair was about to fall off. Beep, beep. At this moment, the internal communication line of the office lit up, and his secretary sent a call request. Your Excellency Kimas, there's an external line requesting to speak with you. Who is he? Kimas suppressed his frustration. His secretary was in charge of screening call requests, and for this person to request him, it meant that this person had a very strong background, and the secretary did not dare make the decision himself. He is the leader of the Black Star Corps, Black Star, the Garden Star System. Oh, so it's him. Kimas had heard of this person before. He seemed to be doing well in Godora, and he was a little confused as to why Black Star was looking for him. However, he did not dare to be negligent, so he tidied his hair and asked his secretary to transfer the call over. The virtual screen rose, and Han Zhao's face appeared. Kimas? Did I find a wrong person? It's me, Black Star. What's the matter? Han Xiao stroked his chin. Some time ago, I heard from Purple Crystal that you guys are looking for a guy called Kernid. Yes. Kimas did not know what Han Xiao was up to, so he maintained his expressionless face and gave a short reply. If I say that I might know his whereabouts, are you willing to cooperate with me? As soon as he said that, Kimas's expression changed, and his breathing became heavy as though he was in heat. The Star Beast organization was a special armed force that occupied another star cluster. They were one of the star cluster civilization allies of that star cluster. This organization was very famous in the Shattered Star Ring, and their specialty was that they could control all kinds of dangerous galactic beasts. They did not like to expand, and most of the time, they were neutral and friendly. However, they never sold or rented their beasts, only providing them to the allied star cluster civilizations. All of this came from the Esper ability of their leader, Gaobili. He had terrifying beast affinity and could enslave all kinds of beasts. Furthermore, the effect lasted for a very long time, and there was a chance that the beast would evolve and mutate under the effect of his Esper ability. However, during this period, the Star Beast organization was in a gloomy state. Their leader had gone missing. The deputy leader had sent out countless people to search for him, but the Shattered Star Ring was in chaos, and he could not find any clues at all. If their leader was gone, they would be in deep trouble. Everyone in the Star Beast organization felt wronged. Didn't they like to keep pets? They stayed at home and did not provoke any enemies, but someone actually dared to make a move on them. Was this the distortion of human nature or the fall of morals? Just when they were at their wits' end, the deputy leader received a message from Han Xiao. I'm Black Star from the Colton Star Cluster. Maybe you've heard of my name before, maybe you haven't. That's not important. What's important is that I might know the whereabouts of your leader. Are you interested in working with me? The same scene played out all over the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao called the targets on the list one by one, contacting the organizations behind those missing people. He had a huge network, and it was very easy for him to find the communication methods of these organizations. His series of calls made many organizations move at the same time. As for those on the list who had not been caught, he could only say that he had disturbed them. While he was secretly gathering helpers, Shauna and the other two were also in a hidden spaceship heading toward the headquarters of the Black Star Corps, the Garden Star system. On the spaceship, the three of them were discussing their strategy. Black Star might be on guard this time. I still feel that we shouldn't deal with him immediately. Elliot shook his head. He originally wanted to deal with it coldly, but since Albert had spoken, he could only do as he was told. Actually, that might not be the case. I didn't reveal much information, so Black Star might think that I'm only here to seek revenge. It's very common for leaders of organizations like him to encounter such things. Shauna shook her head. She felt that the impact of her failure was not that big. The way she saw it, Black Star definitely had no idea about her background. No matter what, we have to be careful. Elliot thought for a while. Rumor has it that Black Star is almost immortal, and his subordinates are all immortals. A battle of attrition is his advantage. We need to come up with a strategy to end the battle quickly. Are we going to wait until he's alone? Maybe not. Black Star has the experience of being attacked before, so he'll definitely be extra careful when he's alone. We should catch him by surprise. How? I got it. He doesn't recognize me or Adrian. I'll use a spell to hide my aura and disguise my appearance to blend into his mercenaries and launch a close-range attack. The two of us will control him, and Shauna, you'll attack and imprison him. Then, we'll retreat immediately. With the three of us working together, we should be able to end the battle quickly. So, we can do it in his base. Yes, that way he won't be on guard. The mercenaries in the base won't be able to stop us, and he won't have a calamity-grade helper like last time. Adrian said in a muffled voice. Understood. We'll strike like lightning and not give him any time to react. Elliot nodded. Shauna thought for a while and felt that it was indeed a good strategy, so she had no objections. She could not think of any way that Black Star would be able to escape from them. On the other side, on the Blacklight stealth heading toward Floating Dragon Island. Oh, so that's how it is. Chapter 629. Han Shao had gathered a large group of helpers, and the most important person was still Imas. He had rarely returned to Floating Dragon in the past 2 years, only occasionally chatting with Ames. Ames had given him a high degree of trust, allowing him to do whatever he wanted outside without any suspicion. The spaceship landed at the dock, and Han Shao walked out of the cabin door. Wolsander was waiting outside to welcome him. Every time Han Shao returned, he would see him and was extremely enthusiastic. Looking around, Han Shao did not see Jenny. He was a little surprised. Why isn't Jenny here? I thought she would shoot me a few times. She's very busy. Wolsander grinned. Seems like she's still very dedicated. Han Shao laughed. Wolsander rolled his eyes. She's dedicated because you forced her to do so. After greeting him, Han Shao went straight to the palace. Ames had been holed up in Floating Dragon for the past 2 years, focusing on training Hela and her sister. When they heard that Han Shao was visiting, the three of them were quite happy. Ames got up and left her throne, floating to Han Shao with a smile. I haven't seen you in a while, and I miss you a little. Why are you looking for me? Can I come back to visit if there's nothing? Han Shao smiled. But I do need your help this time. Speak. Han Shao explained. It was not that he wanted Ames to deal with Shauna and the other two, as it would not be easy to let them go. What he needed was for Ames to hold the line when attacking the enemy's base to ensure a 100% success rate. At the same time, this was also an opportunity for him. He had gathered many reputable organizations in the Shattered Star Ring and gathered them in a secret place. After he defeated Shauna and the other two, he would join forces to attack the base camp of this mysterious organization and save the experts of the various organizations. With so many organizations gathered, if Ames were to hold the fort, she could temporarily lead these organizations as a beyond grade A super. Han Shao had called in so many forces. Dealing with 6 A-class powerhouses was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. His bigger goal was to make this a sensational news and expand his influence. With so many large organizations working together with Floating Dragon as the leader, it would be able to change the impression that many people had of Floating Dragon. Floating Dragon would go from being a neutral organization that stood aloof from worldly affairs to a powerful faction. Even if it was a misunderstanding, it would still be useful. All along, among the four beyond grade, as in the Shattered Star Ring, Ames's organization was publicly acknowledged to be the weakest. This time, she was able to refresh her knowledge, which was very beneficial. His raw strength could not be increased quickly, but influence and connections were a shortcut. The stronger Floating Dragon was, the more it could help him. Furthermore, after fighting side by side, if he saved the people of these organizations, they would have to owe him a favor and form a good relationship with them in the name of Floating Dragon. Although these organizations had status, they would obviously give face to the beyond grade as. Through Floating Dragon, he would be able to turn these organizations into his own connections. After all, the universe was so big, and one person's strength was limited. Even a beyond grade A would need helpers. Both individual combat strength and the size of his organization had to be grasped. The version update would come sooner or later, and the players would disappear for about 10 years. If he wanted to ensure that his faction did not shrink or even grow stronger, he would need more external support. After hearing Han Zhao's explanation, Ames did not hesitate and agreed. She supported Han Zhao 100%. Furthermore, she had been cooped up for so long, and she did want to go out and exercise. She wanted Hela and Aurora to go out and experience the world. Han Zhao looked to the side. Hela and Aurora did not say anything. After 2 years of training, their temperament had changed. Ames taught the two of them how to develop their Esper abilities. Hela's aura became colder and colder, while Aurora's aura became warmer and warmer. In terms of strength, Hela improved rapidly. She originally had grade C strength, and her talent was very strong. After being developed by Ames, she did not take any detours and had officially stepped into grade B. Aurora's position was a super healer. Although her grade was not high, her abilities had become much stronger. Hela's appearance did not change much, but after her life evolution, she became taller and more beautiful. Aurora's height did not grow much, but her figure became that of a real healer. Her combat uniform was bulging. Her Esper ability gave her a terrifying amount of vitality. Coupled with the 3 nutritious meals a day, her size was not much worse than her sister's. Han Zhao looked at Aurora's chest and sighed. Your training is too tough. Look, such a good girl, but her breasts are all swollen. Aurora could tell that Han Zhao was joking, and her face instantly turned red. She did not want to grow so big, but this was an ability that came with her Esper ability. She had no choice. Her shoulders were sore from shaking every day, and it would be great if she could take it off and put in her pocket. After not seeing each other for 2 years, although Hela was expressionless, she was actually a little excited. However, when she heard that, her face instantly darkened. She did not say a word and looked at Han Zhao's face with a gaze as sharp as a knife. In the end, she was unable to move an inch and was directly ignored by Han Zhao. Han Zhao then brought up the issue of Section 0 and said that he would work for the Amethyst civilization for a period of time. Ames did not have any objections and was very happy to be a hands-off boss. Han Zhao secretly gathered his helpers. After he was done with his preparations, he found an unimportant black star base and stayed there, waiting for the enemy to step into his trap. This base was located on one of Ghidorah's colonial planets, and many players would often settle down there. Choosing this place as the battlefield was a decision that Han Zhao had made after much consideration. At the same time, it was also to improve his image in front of the players. Now that the Black Star Corps had completed the function of guiding factions, Han Zhao's next goal was to keep the players around so that the Black Star Corps would always be the main faction. In the next version, the number of factions that could be chosen would increase exponentially. Many of them would be allied forces with high benefits and a large-scale main storyline. The players would be tempted, and Han Xiao had to maintain the attractiveness of his faction. As the leader of the faction, he had to continuously increase the players' impression of him. After waiting for a few days, Shauna and the other two finally made their move. In fact, they had arrived at the Garten star system long ago and had been observing Han Xiao's movements. Han Xiao had also been observing them. The second round of the prey mission popped up. The requirement was to repel the attack of 3 people. Other than the high EXP reward, he could also randomly draw an ability from Elliot and the other two. Han Xiao guessed that in this series of high-difficulty missions, there might be a special reward for drawing an ability in each round. As long as he was lucky, he could earn a lot. As this was a colonial planet of Ghidorah, Shauna and the other two did not want to make too much noise. They still decided to use stealth tactics and close-range attacks to finish off Black Star quickly before retreating. Elliot used his high-level concealment and disguise skills. Although the base had access control, it was useless in front of a Grade A master. Without alerting Philip, he and Adrian easily sneaked into the base. Shauna was waiting outside to meet them. The camouflage spell allowed the two of them to take on the appearance of common mercenaries. Elliot was very confident in his spells and thought that they would not be seen through. The two of them swaggered around as if they were strolling in their own backyard. However, after walking for a while, the two of them realized that something was wrong. Everywhere they passed, almost all the Black Star mercenaries would look at them with strange expressions, as if the two of them did not fit in. "I feel that something is wrong," Adrian whispered. "Have we been discovered? Impossible. How can my spells be seen through by so many people?" Elliot could not believe it. His disguise spells were actually effective. At least the surrounding players could not see any information about them. Even their names were question marks. However, the question marks on the two men's faces were bright red. 2 red-named enemies were walking around in their home. The players were shocked and did not know what was going on. Although Brock was a Dark Star member, he was still a spy. Dark Star had already passed away. Before he joined Black Star, he was only a yellow name. However, Elliot and Adrian were enemies. Red names were simply the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of the players. Bang, bang, bang. A player suddenly fired at the two of them. The surrounding players followed suit. The bullet screen covered the two of them, and there was a violent explosion. Although they did not know what was going on, they were both red names anyway. There might be a mission to trigger, so it was definitely worth it to be reckless. Buzz. The magic shield opened up and blocked all the attacks. "We've been exposed." Elliot was shocked. He couldn't understand how all these C-grade mercenaries were able to see through his flawless disguise. At this time, Han Xiao, who had been prepared, immediately appeared. He floated in the air and looked down at the two of them. He put on his acting skills and pretended that he did not know where they came from. "When I was attacked last time, I felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, someone was targeting me. Who are you people?" Elliot didn't answer. He let out a deep roar and unleashed all kinds of spells. Adrian's aura surged even higher. Outside, Shauna knew that her teammates had been exposed. She immediately took action and tore apart the outer wall of the base, preparing to surround and attack Han Xiao. Although the infiltration had failed, they had 3 Grade A+ supers. They could definitely crush Black Star in a head-on battle. They could still end the battle quickly. Han Xiao easily avoided the attack and said, "Do you think I'm not prepared?" As soon as he said that, several auras exploded around the base. Nagajin and the other 2 God Aura Grade A executive officers came out from their hiding places. The forces Han Xiao gathered were prepared to attack the enemy's base. His goal was only to force Shauna and the other 2 to retreat. He purposely chose Ghidorah's colonial planet as the battlefield because he had reached an agreement with Ghidorah. If he asked them for help, their strength would not be too overwhelming. They could naturally let Shauna and the other 2 escape successfully. The Black Star Corps had deep cooperation with Ghidorah. This small request was just a phone call from Han Xiao. Nagajin was more than willing to help. Elliot frowned. Their opponents were 4 Grade A supers. The 3 of them were not afraid, but they could not end the battle quickly. This was Ghidorah's colonial planet. If they were delayed, Ghidorah's fleet could cause them a lot of trouble. The three of them looked at each other and came to a consensus. Black Star was too vigilant. They had only been ambushed once. Without knowing their background, he did not hesitate to make a mountain out of a molehill to lure them out. In their eyes, he was very cautious and decisive. The three of them did not suspect that their whereabouts had been exposed. Han Xiao pretended to be stupid and did not arouse their suspicions. They were confident that their movements were very secretive. Furthermore, if Black Star knew that the three of them were coming together, he would not have just ambushed 3 Calamity-grade supers. Han Xiao continued his act and said with a deep voice, "You have nowhere to run. No matter who you are, I will force you to tell me your origins. You're too confident. If you can stop us, you can try." Elliot snorted. For Calamity-grade supers were nothing in his eyes. Perhaps Black Star was the only one who was difficult to deal with. Chapter 630. The shockwaves from the collision of the 7 Calamity-grade supers were earth-shattering. The shockwave destroyed half of the base, and the surrounding streets were in shambles. Many players were blown away. They were currently at level 90, so they were of little use in a battle of this level. Just the aftermath of the AoE attack had taken away a small amount of their HP. Helpless, they could only play a supporting role. Was this the world of the strong? Rumble. With 7 Calamity-grade supers fighting, even though Han Xiao, Nagakin, and the others had controlled their power, the destruction was still not small. Although the base was heavily damaged, Han Xiao did not feel the pinch. Only the buildings on the surface were damaged, and rebuilding them was very cheap. Furthermore, he had already reached the level of "I am not interested in money." In order to lure the three of them, he did not care about this small price. This was the second time he had fought with Shauna. Han Xiao had built a group of mechanical soldiers made of non-metallic materials, mainly elites. With the boost of his mechanical force, they were extremely powerful. Shauna could not restrain him and could only fight him head-on. Elliot and Adrian were the main force. Elliot was a powerful magician, casting all kinds of high-level spells as if they were free. The magical radiance was colorful and dazzling, and he seemed to be at ease. Adrian, on the other hand, was a typical brawny guy, acting as a meat shield. He single-handedly entangled Nagakin and the other 2 pugilists, grinding their bodies against each other. The three of them worked well together. Nagajin and the others were beaten to a pulp, and Han Xiao was controlling the mechanical soldiers to attack with all his might. It seemed like he was on par with Shauna. Nagajin and his 2 colleagues were all pugilists. In terms of raw strength, they were far weaker than the 3 of them. Adrian alone could hold back the 3 of them, and they were instantly at a disadvantage. However, Elliot and the others were not in the mood to fight. They retreated as they fought, and the battlefield quickly changed. Black Star had an ambush, so they could not end the battle quickly. This was the colonial planet of Ghidorah, and there was a fleet station there. Elliot and the others did not want to be surrounded by the garrison, so they were prepared to retreat as soon as possible. They were very confident about this. Because Elliot knew teleportation spells, he was an expert at escaping. Black Star wanted to catch them, but it was destined to be a dream. Therefore, Elliot found it very funny. He didn't know where Black Star's confidence came from. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the sound of spaceships could be heard from the horizon. A garrison fleet quickly responded, and over 100 battleships were rushing over to provide support. There is no need to fight with Ghidorah's fleet. Let's go. Elliot had Adrian block Nagajin and the other 2. Then, he chanted an incantation. With a swipe of his finger, an energy vortex appeared behind him and expanded into a portal. Oh no, he can teleport. Nagajin put on an exaggerated expression of shock. Han Xiao glanced at him and couldn't help but praise his acting skills. His expression was vivid and his eyes were exquisite. His acting skills were also at the A level. Elliot switched to another spell. A huge magic barrier separated all the enemies, protecting himself and his 2 companions. The magic barrier blocked all the attacks and vibrated nonstop. Adrian and Shauna entered the portal and disappeared. After the two companions left, Elliot looked at Han Xiao and joked, "Hee hee, I told you, you are too confident. You can't catch us with an ambush of this level. If you want to leave, can you stop us?" Hearing this, Han Xiao's face darkened. He purposely did not say a word and increased the power of his attacks. The attacks hit the magic barrier and made loud banging sounds. It was as if it was real. In Elliot's eyes, Black Star's behavior was obviously because he was angry. He instantly felt better, and the depression from the failure of the mission disappeared. Elliot narrowed his eyes and suddenly said with evil intentions, "Just wait. We will come for you again. You can't always have someone to help you." After that, Elliot turned and walked into the portal. Then, the portal disappeared, and the three of them successfully escaped. They could come and go as they pleased. Finally chased them away. Only then did Han Xiao relax his tense facial muscles and release his anger. JPG emoji. Although the battle was short, the surrounding streets had been severely damaged. The strength of the enemy made Nagajan feel great pressure. "Phew! Black Star, where did these people come from? They're too strong. They have their eyes on you. You have to be careful," Nagajan said seriously. "Don't worry, they can't run away. Next, I just have to wait for them to go home." Han Xiao did not finish his sentence and smiled. There was an extra reward from this battle. He exposed Elliot's teleportation spell. This was a godly escape skill. If he was not mentally prepared, he might have let the enemy escape when attacking the base. Now that he had information, he could think of a way to deal with it. Thinking about how Elliot and the other two thought that they had successfully escaped, Han Xiao almost wanted to laugh out loud. This was not a loss, it was a gain. After contacting the engineering team to repair the base and sending away a large group of players who wanted to try to trigger the mission, Han Xiao used the observer's mark to spy on the three's movements. The teleportation portal that Elliot used in a hurry could not be too far away. The portal connected the three's spaceship, which was parked outside the colonial planet. As soon as they returned to the spaceship, the three started the spaceship and left the colonial planet. They activated the stealth mode to prevent being chased by the garrison fleet. The escape was successful. The three did not suspect that Han Xiao wanted to let them go at all. They retreated with Elliot's ability, and there was nothing suspicious about it. They just thought that Black Star had underestimated their strength and did not have enough strength to ambush them. Black Star's ambush had failed. The three did not take it to heart, thinking that it was normal. "This operation has failed. Should we continue to look for opportunities?" Shauna asked. Black Star is very vigilant. When he encountered the first attack, he set up a trap just because he was suspicious. Now that he encountered the second attack, he is sure that we are his enemies. He will only be more vigilant. We can't attack him in the short term. Elliot shook his head. After this incident, he could only ignore Black Star. He had purposely threatened before leaving, but it was just a feint. He wanted to make Black Star be wary of them, be careful, and be afraid. In the end, he realized that it was a waste of effort. Elliot just wanted to make a fool out of Han Xiao. Shauna frowned, looking irritated. "That's all we can do." "Okay, I will suggest to Albert to put Black Star on the deferred list," Elliot said. In fact, they had two hunting lists. One was the pending targets, and the other was the delayed list. The latter was the targets that they had failed to capture for the first time. They would not make a move on these people in the short term. It would take at least a few years for the targets to relax before they would make a move again. Black Star had become such a target. Elliot did not want to attack Black Star in the next 5 years, and he believed that Albert had the same idea. "You were right. We should have dealt with this matter long ago." Shauna snorted. She did not expect Black Star to be so cautious. "It's not too late now. Although we've exposed our hostility and let Black Star know that the three of us have our eyes on him, he knows nothing about our origins. No matter how he investigates, it'll be futile. At most, we'll have to lay low for a period of time. He's destined to get nothing. He won't know who's targeting him." Elliot smiled. "But we are hiding in the dark and have the initiative. He can't be careful forever. Let's go back first. We will probably have to stop moving for the next few years." Many people witnessed the attack on Black Star, and the news spread. However, There were all kinds of news in the Shattered Star Ring every day. Although Black Star was quite famous in the Colton Star Cluster, in the entire Shattered Star Ring, this little bit of fame was not enough. The news of him being attacked was like a drop of water in the ocean, inconspicuous and did not attract many people's attention. More than 10 days later, Han Shao rushed to an uninhabited planet near the desolate universe belt. This planet that had been desolate for countless years was now extremely lively. All the organizations that he had contacted before were gathered there, and spaceships were parked all over the place. These organizations all wanted to find their missing experts, so they followed Han Zhao's request and came to this planet. They originally thought that they were alone, but when they arrived, they were all shocked. They did not expect Han Shao to call so many people. Many of the organizations that were famous in the Shattered Star Ring and recognized each other. After a short conversation, they all knew that everyone was there for the same reason. They were all shocked. Could the missing experts of all their organizations be related? What clues did Han Shao find? As soon as the spaceship approached, it was noticed by everyone. After Han Shao landed, everyone surrounded him. These people were all high-level officers of the organizations. If they were outside, they would all be big shots. Ordinary people would not even be able to see them, but now they were all gathered together. If Heber was there, he might have thought that someone was copying his tyrant party. Black Star, when are we moving? Where's the enemy? Don't hide it anymore. When Han Shao contacted them, he did not tell them all the information and only told them to wait for orders. Many people were dissatisfied with this. However, Ames was there too. Black Star was an officer of the Dragon Emperor. Although everyone present had a strong background, they did not dare to be rash. The time has come. Let's attack the enemy's headquarters together. Your missing companions are imprisoned there, Han Shao explained. Through the observer's mark, he confirmed that Shauna and the other two had returned to the headquarters. The chance to catch them all had finally come. Things were different now. He had fought with the Germinal organization's Dark Star for many years, but that was because he was not strong enough. Now, the Black Star Corps was gradually rising, and he had become the #1 person in the Shattered Star Ring. The difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. He was not willing to be enemies with a group of strong enemies for a long time. Once he had the chance, he would kill them immediately and not leave any threats behind. With so many organizations sending their elite troops, their combined strength was enough to shock any civilization or organization in the Shattered Star Ring. Just the Calamity-grade supers leading the team numbered in the dozens, and they came from different regions. Dealing with 6 enemies was like bullying. Han Technician's networking ability was unparalleled. His network was not just for show. Everyone was overjoyed. For the same goal, these organizations were all willing to listen to Han Shao for the time being. While Han Shao was negotiating with them, the players he had brought with him were curiously observing from the back. He used missions to get some players to follow him. This time, he did not need them to fight. Han Shao only needed them to act as reporters and post videos on the forums. This was where he planned to leave a good impression. He wanted the players to see his charisma and increase his personal charisma and faction charisma. At the same time, Elliot and the other two returned to the secret base in the desolate universe belt. Albert welcomed the 3 of them and said, "I already know the situation. Don't worry about Black Star. We will keep a low profile for a period of time. Everyone will stay in the base and not go out." Everyone nodded. This method could effectively avoid risks. They would lie low for a period of time before starting the hunting mission again. They directly threw the problem with Black Star to the back of their minds. This matter had already come to an end in their eyes. Chapter 631. Kernid slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a transparent light screen. Outside was a space similar to a prison. There were translucent individual cells, and almost every cell had a resident. He was one of them. This was the headquarters prison of Shauna and the others, used to lock up the targets on the list. All the prisoners had special mechanical rings on their wrists and ankles to restrict the abilities of these grade A supers. They were embedded in their hands and feet. The mechanical rings on their wrists used nano-sized probes to follow the blood vessels in their hands and feet, connecting them to the prisoners' hearts, brains, and other vital points. The mechanical rings on their ankles were super gene suppressors, which reduced their recovery speed. They also wore collars on their necks, which were engraved with powerful silence and weaken enchantments. The strength of the enchantment user was obviously far above them, and the effects lasted for a long time. Every day, the prisoners looked like they had weak kidneys. Other than that, they were also injected with various drugs to suppress the cells in their bodies from generating energy. All kinds of confinement methods made these grade A supers extremely weak, and their abilities were greatly suppressed. On the first day he was imprisoned, Kernod was shocked to find that his cellmates were all people who were not below him in terms of status. Many of them were well-known names, but they were all captured and brought here. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Kernod had tried to escape, but failed. So many powerful cellmates had not been able to escape, and he was no exception. Furthermore, even if he managed to escape, there were still strong enemies guarding outside. All of this made him feel despair. After being imprisoned for so many days, he had already given up. He could not escape on his own, so he could only pray that someone would come and save him. However, none of his powerful cellmates came to save him. He could not help but feel that his chances of escaping were slim. However, in terms of pessimism, he was far from being as pessimistic as his neighbor. A male cosmic human was locked up in a single cell next to him. He had a bitter expression on his face all the time, and his aura was not only melancholic but also depressed. His name was Lagi, and he was a lone calamity-grade super. According to him, he had been locked up here for almost 10 years, and he was the oldest. The days of being locked up were very boring. The only entertainment was his cellmates boasting to each other. All of them were geniuses, and their words were pleasant to the ears. While his fellow prisoners were bragging, as long as Lagi opened his mouth, he would definitely be the one to end the atmosphere. All of them had once been important figures, but now that they had fallen to their current state, they were all very pessimistic. However, in terms of pessimism, Kernod felt that compared to Lagi, they were all trash. At this time, the prison door opened, and Albert, Shauna, and Elliot walked in. The prisoners who were in a daze started to make a ruckus. "Let me out. Do you know who I am? You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. You'll pay the price. What are you trying to do?" Many people said angrily. Every time the Watchers came into patrol, they would threaten them. The three of them turned a blind eye to it. Today was not a routine inspection of the prisoners. Because Black Star had brought them 2 losses, Albert decided to be cautious and keep a low profile for a few years. Now, they were preparing to count the prisoners and move them away. They definitely did not capture these targets to collect stamps. Naturally, they had other intentions. This was not the final destination of these prisoners. The curses did not stop, but the 3 of them did not care. They split up and counted the prisoners. Very soon, Shauna found Kernod's cell. Kernod slammed the light screen and said angrily, "I remember you. You're the one who captured me. Just you wait. The Light Rune civilization will definitely save me." Hearing that, Shauna sneered. "Still haven't given up? You really think someone will save you?" At this time, Lagi, who was in the cell next to them, said slowly, "Don't worry. I believe no one will save us. We're dead meat." Kernod immediately lost his temper. He covered his face with one hand and said, "Whose side are you on?" Shauna was also speechless. This guy had been locked up for almost 10 years. He must have gone crazy. After counting, the 3 of them prepared to leave. The prisoners were still cursing. Albert paused, turned around, and spoke to everyone. "I know that you all think you're important figures, but in reality, your positions in the Shattered Star Ring are not even worth mentioning in my eyes. In a few days, I will freeze all of you and send you out of the Shattered Star Ring. You will disappear forever. Your organizations and families will leave you. Fate is waiting for you." All the prisoners quietened down. They were angry and unwilling. If what Albert said was true, they, the strong people of the Shattered Star Ring, would really be done for. Many of them felt despair, and they began to feel uneasy about the future. No one knew what the goal of this organization was. Lagi sighed and said, "Sigh, I guess they want to use us as experimental materials to study our bodies. When we lose our value, they will dissect all of us, take apart our bones, muscles, and organs, and soak us in containers as specimens. They might even put our names and life experiences on them and store them for others to see. Look, this is the developed brain of the Calamity Grade Kernid, or something like that." Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Kernid's face was purple with question marks. "Why don't you talk about yourself?" Albert was silent for a while. He thought about it and decided not to explain. He said calmly, "Anyway, enjoy your last few days of sobriety. The next time you wake up, you'll already be in a foreign star field." As soon as he said that, boom, a loud explosion sounded. The entire prison suddenly shook, as if there was an earthquake. Albert staggered and almost bit his tongue. He asked in shock, "What's going on?" "There seems to be a situation above," Elliot said with surprise. The three of them hurriedly left the prison and closed the door. The other prisoners looked at each other. Did someone come to save us? Everyone was instantly energized, and hope was ignited. Lagi had a bitter expression as he slowly said, "Even if there are reinforcements, they might not be the enemy's match. They will be killed instantly. The battleship will be destroyed, and everyone inside will be blown into powder. Your comrades, subordinates, and family might be among them. In the end, they will force you to eat them. They will first break your will, then dissect your body. Shut up." The shaking continued. Albert and the other two returned to the hall of the headquarters and met up with their other three companions. "What's going on?" "There are enemies." Albert's face instantly darkened. He walked out of the headquarters with his companions and realized that the ground was tearing apart. A mighty force was digging their headquarters out of the ground. Two figures were floating in the sky. When Albert and the others saw the two figures clearly, their faces changed and their minds were in a mess. Black Star, Dragon Emperor. Ames was releasing her arcana, tearing apart the ground and pulling their headquarters out of the ground. "Why is he here?" Albert's eyes widened in shock. They had just attacked Black Star not long ago, and the other party had already come knocking on their door. Their location was very well hidden. How did Black Star find them? Elliot's face was filled with disbelief. He did not expect Black Star to appear at all. He immediately had a thought. He had just returned, and Black Star had already come knocking on his door. Could it be that he had exposed himself in some way? When he attacked the other party last time, Black Star could only wait. However, after his failure, Black Star came knocking on his door. Even if he did not understand what method Black Star used, he could only blame himself. There was no other explanation. Could it be that letting him escape was also part of Black Star's plan? Elliot was shocked. He suddenly felt ashamed of being schemed against. Thinking back to how he had escaped from Black Star's ambush, he only felt that he was an idiot. He did not realize that something was wrong. Black Star had set up a long line to catch a big fish. Shauna was in an extremely bad mood. She felt that the source of all this was the failure of her first attack. If she had not acted alone and had patiently cooperated with her companions, they would have been able to take down the other party in the first attack. Black Star would have been their prisoner long ago. Albert forced himself to calm down. He knew that Black Star was a dangerous person, but he did not expect Black Star's thunderous counterattack to be so fast and create such a huge crisis for them. The Dragon Emperor was obviously Black Star's helper. Facing a Beyond Grade A, he did not have any confidence, but he did not despair. Don't panic. Although the opponent is a Beyond Grade A, we still have a glimmer of hope. Although we are no match for the Dragon Emperor, we can at least stall her for a while. Elliot, whether we can escape or not depends on you. We will create an opportunity for you to cast your spell, Albert said. At this juncture, he could not care less about the prisoners. He was in danger himself, so he could only give up on what he had gained over the years. He had to protect himself first. He would answer to his superiors later. Elliot looked like he was facing a great enemy. I understand. At this time, Han Shao took a deep breath and said with a deep voice, Everyone come here. Hum. The next moment, countless streams of light streaked across the sky and hovered above Han Zhao's head. The densely packed fleet covered the sky, and countless cannons were aimed at the six of them. All the Calamity-grade supers had arrived, sealing off all routes and surrounding the six of them. Albert and the others were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How did Black Star bring so many people? Attack! Han shouted not to say anything and called for everyone to attack together. Villains died because they talked too much. He was not interested in talking to the enemy. After taking them all down, there would be plenty of time to talk. Run! Albert screamed in anguish. Seeing so many enemies, his last hope was shattered, and only despair was left. Elliot was sweating profusely. He hurriedly wanted to cast a teleportation spell, but just as he created a space vortex, the teleportation gate that had worked so well suddenly became unstable. The magic structure was messed up, and the teleportation gate that had not yet formed dissipated. Not far away, a grade A mage in a red robe had blue magic light in his eyes, and the staff in his hand was shining brightly. Spell counter. At this moment, there was only one thought in the minds of Elliot, Shauna, and Albert. Chapter 632. A chaotic battle was about to break out. Albert's group of six was surrounded, but they did not wait for death and tried their best to break out. Their individual strength was outstanding, but the dozens of Calamity-grade supers closed the gap, and the six of them were in a dangerous situation. Such a situation could only be dealt with by a beyond grade A super. Although they were stronger, they were still grade A supers and had not reached the point of a qualitative change. Rumble. Dozens of Calamity-grade supers fought fiercely, and the scene was extremely intense. The battlefield spanned hundreds of kilometers, and the ground cracked. The ground was shaken, and all kinds of abilities appeared one after another. The terrain was greatly changed, and magma formed from melted rocks, stone powder frozen into powder, and soil with crystals formed from burning. According to Han Zhao's intelligence, a few mages were watching Elliot at all times. The moment he showed any signs of casting a teleportation spell, they would immediately use counterspell, elemental disruption, and other techniques to stop him. Elliot was firmly entangled. He was both shocked and angry, but he had nowhere to run. He had used teleportation to escape Han Zhao's ambush not long ago, and now it was too late for regrets. He had clearly been targeted. Among the six of them, Albert was the strongest. He was a psychic, and his surging psychic energy covered the entire battlefield. He had held back many people by himself, wanting to create an opportunity for Elliot to cast his spell. However, all of his efforts had failed. The number of people Black Star had mobilized far exceeded his expectations. Albert was filled with despair. Just the dozens of Calamity-grade supers were enough to deal with them, and there were thousands of battleships in the sky with the beyond grade A Dragon Emperor on the side. Such a force was enough to challenge the regular army of a star cluster civilization. He knew that Black Star was a dangerous person, but he did not expect him to be this terrifying. On the spaceship, the players brought by Han Zhao were extremely excited and were having a good time fighting. Dozens of grade A supers fighting together. Such an earth-shattering scene was something they had never seen before. Only the video of the Dragon Emperor smashing the mothership in the previous version could compare to this. In terms of excitement, the scene in front of them was even better. The players were looking down from a bird's-eye view, so the battle on the surface was clearly visible. They could not wait to record it and were so excited that their bladder tightened. They all felt that this video would very likely become the most shocking video on the forums. On the way here, the group of players found out that it was Han Zhao who had directed this scene. The faction leader had made a big move again. They felt like they were watching the cutscenes of the story. Han Zhao watched coldly from the side. With so many helpers, there was no need for him to participate in the battle. If he damaged the machine, he would have to repair it. There was no need for him to make a move. It was a one-sided situation. As for the second round of the quest reward, he originally wanted to collect it after he finished touching Fuding. However, he felt that attacking the headquarters could become the third round of the quest, so he collected the second round of the quest early. He wanted to refresh the next round of the quest. However, The third round of the quest did not appear. It was still in a state of not being refreshed. Attacking the headquarters was not a requirement of the quest. Han Xiao was not surprised. The quest requirement was not something he could decide. Even if this was not a quest, he would still attack the headquarters. The fact that the third round of the quest had not appeared meant that there were more distant enemies. He had to find out the true origin of this faction. Without relying on Fu Ding's luck, the abilities drawn from the second round of the quest were very ordinary. In the end, Han Xiao chose one of Adrian's normal abilities, Steelbone. Its effect was plus 30 strength and plus 20 endurance. This was the most practical of the 5 abilities drawn. His HP increased by more than 3,000 points. Bang! Bang! The chaotic battle was one-sided from the beginning to the end. It lasted for a while before it ended. Albert and the other 5's resistance was futile. They could not escape at all. They were brutally beaten up and captured without any accidents. After subduing the 6, the faction sent people to the prison to look for the missing high-ranking officers. Albert and the other 5 were covered in wounds. When they were brought in front of Han Xiao, they all took off their masks, revealing angry and unwilling faces. There was still shock in their eyes, as if they could not believe that they had fallen so easily in the hands of Black Star. Black Star had wiped out all of them with a flip of his hand, and his thunderous counterattack had directly destroyed their headquarters. The 6 of them could not accept this, and their hearts were in turmoil. Han Xiao glanced at them and nodded. He had finally caught all of them in one fell swoop. His goal had been achieved. "Who are you people?" Albert remained silent and stared at Han Xiao. "Not answering? Then I'll ask you another question." Han Xiao took out the hunting list and coldly said, "Who ordered you to capture the strong people all over the Shattered Star Ring? Where did this list come from?" Albert was shocked, his face full of astonishment. "How did you get this list? Do you really think I don't know? I've known about your existence for a long time. Who's the mastermind?" Disbelief appeared in Shauna's eyes. She had thought that her failure had alerted the enemy, but it turned out that Black Star had known about them for a long time. Where did his intelligence come from? Albert remained silent, as if he had made up his mind not to betray the mastermind. Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed and snorted. "Now that you're in my hands, do you think you can keep quiet? I have plenty of ways to make you talk." Behind Han Xiao stood the Calamity grade supers of the various organizations. They would not let go of the mastermind and would not give up. If Albert and the others did not speak, they would obviously be tortured very badly. These organizations would think of ways to dig out information from their mouths. Albert glanced at these people and slowly said, "We're going to die anyway. It doesn't matter if we talk or not, unless you can let us live." "You have no right to negotiate," Han Xiao said. "I can only guarantee that you won't be tortured." "Okay, I'll tell you." Albert seemed to have made up his mind and said with a deep voice, "The Clint Kingdom ordered us to do this." Han Xiao frowned. "I want evidence." "I can prove our relationship with Clint," Albert said slowly. "Our intelligence came from an intelligence organization under the Bloodshed Land. The hunting list was secretly given to us by the upper echelons of Clint. They want to make the Shattered Star Ring more chaotic, so they hired us to eliminate their enemies and capture the strong. No, it's not Clint." Han Xiao frowned even more. It did not sound wrong, and everything could be connected. However, the mission introduction had already reminded him that the truth was definitely not that simple. He felt that Clint was most likely not the mastermind behind this mysterious organization. There were contradictions in their actions and motives. Albert might have purposely pushed the blame to Clint. Albert had no choice but to reveal some information. It was very likely that he wanted to cover up the real mastermind and use lies to replace the truth, making Clint the scapegoat. As for why he chose Clint, it might be that Clint was really related to this mysterious organization, or it might be because Clint was the best scapegoat in the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao stared at Albert's eyes, but he could not see anything, only calmness. He narrowed his eyes, but did not pursue the matter. He suddenly smiled. "I see. Clint is the mastermind. I believe you. That's right. I can provide any evidence you want. I hope you can keep your promise and not torture me." Albert insisted that it was Clint. Hearing this, the envoys of the various forces became extremely hostile toward Clint, and they were furious. Is Clint crazy? How dare they do such a thing? Do they think we're easy to bully? After Clint joined the Crimson Dynasty, they became more and more arrogant. Furthermore, many organizations knew that Clint was very ambitious, so they believed most of the truth that Albert told them. The eyes of the emissaries of the Amethyst civilization sparkled, and they were secretly overjoyed. If they could make Clint the scapegoat, they would be willing to believe it regardless of whether it was the truth or not. This would push these organizations to the opposite side of Clint. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Albert and the others obviously wanted to hide the real mastermind. Hanshao did not plan to expose them and allowed them to frame Clint. He could find out the truth in private. After all, these people were in his hands, and he could do whatever he wanted with them. Making Clint the scapegoat was the most beneficial for him at the moment. This way, he could indirectly increase his allies and share the pressure of the secret war. With so many organizations knowing this truth, the news would definitely spread throughout the entire Shattered Star Ring. By then, Clint's reputation would be greatly affected, and the rumors would become the truth after a long time. They would not be able to get away with this. Hanshao originally only wanted these organizations to owe him a favor and establish a cooperative relationship. Making Clint the scapegoat was a complete surprise, and he would not be blamed for it. At this time, the search team brought back all the prisoners from the prison. With the help of their companions, these unlucky fellows finally got rid of all the shackles on their bodies and were no longer soft-footed shrimps. Someone really came to save us. So many people came. Kernid and the others were overjoyed. They looked around, and many of them saw their own organizations. They quickly returned and chatted with their companions. Very soon, they learned that it was Black Star who had provided the information and saved them. Everyone came up to Hanshao one after another to express their gratitude with excitement. If it weren't for you, we would be dead. Thank you. We owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, just let us know. Black Star, you're my brother from now on. Hanshao replied to them one by one with a friendly attitude. Notifications kept popping up on the interface. His relationship with these organizations increased tremendously, jumping straight to friendly. For people like Kernid who were saved, their favorability increased the most. He expressed his intention to maintain cooperation, and the others naturally did not reject. Not to mention this favor, the Black Star Corps itself was an organization worth befriending, and Dragon Emperor Ames was even more powerful. This incident became the bond of cooperation. After saving these unlucky fellows, Hanzhao's network increased tremendously, and he gained a lot of potential help. The emissary of the Amethyst civilization also got what he wanted. Some organizations expressed their willingness to join Section 0 and help Purple Crystal fight against Clint. This was all thanks to Hanshao. His favorability with Purple Crystal increased by 2,000 points, and he was one step closer to exchanging for cutting-edge knowledge. Hanshao had another goal. Some of the people who were captured were lone calamity-grade supers. After saving them and increasing their favorability with him, he would have a chance to recruit them. After asking around, most of the lone grade A supers rejected him, expressing that they had no intention of joining any organization. Only one person was willing to join the Black Star Corps, which made Hanshao overjoyed. It was not a loss to be able to recruit even one person. He was the only grade A in the army at the moment, and having one more person would be equivalent to doubling the number of people. This was the first grade A supers that he had recruited. The person who accepted the invitation looked very depressed. It was Loggy. Loggy did not hesitate when accepting the invitation. After being locked up for 10 years, he did not have anywhere he wanted to go. Since Hanshao had saved him, he was willing to follow Hanshao. After all, to him, wherever he went, he would just rot and grow old. Hanshao shook his hand and said warmly, "Welcome to the Black Star Corps. You will definitely be satisfied with the treatment. We will be comrades from now on. What's your name?" Loggy shook Han Zhao's hand and sighed. I'm Loggy. Chapter 633. Loggy's expression became even more depressed. His wrinkles were so deep that they looked like they had been cut by a knife. The word bitter seemed to be carved on his face. Han Xiao realized what was going on. His lips twitched. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Your name is quite good. Unfortunately, my father thinks so too. Loggy sighed. Why is this guy so polite? Han Xiao was embarrassed and almost could not hold back the urge to complain. No wonder this guy was so pessimistic. He introduced himself as Loggy the moment he opened his mouth. How could he face life with a smile? Anyone would be depressed and unable to see any hope in life. It's fine. I'm used to it. Loggy waved his hands, indicating that he did not take it to heart. He mumbled, After all, we will be decomposed into dust by microbes in the end. Nothing will be left behind. I will disappear in the river of history with my name. Nobody will remember me anymore. Han Xiao was speechless. This guy's negative energy was almost overflowing. Loggy was a grade A sorcerer. Other than studying magic, he had nothing else to do. He was like a salted fish with no ambitions. He accepted Han Zhao's recruitment because he owed Han Xiao a favor. He did not have anywhere else to go, so he followed Han Xiao. Secondly, joining an organization would allow him to reimburse his research expenses. He did not have to earn money everywhere. It was much easier. The Black Star Corps had its first grade A combatant. Although Loggy had a weird personality, Han Xiao was still quite happy. He was ready to learn more about this new companion. However, Loggy did not like to talk. When he asked about his experience, he would only reply perfunctorily. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao still did not know anything about Loggy's past. Don't you have any friends or family? Han Xiao could not help but ask. Loggy sighed. He had a melancholy expression on his face as he slowly said, Just treat it as if I don't have the wine. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. If Loggy was paired with a stubble and a half-burnt cigarette, his style would be perfect. Speaking of which, this person was able to reach grade A. Did he experience a huge change in temperament due to the shock he experienced? Or was he always like this? If it was the latter, Han Xiao did not dare to imagine Loggy's talent. Don't tell me I picked up a main character. Han Xiao raised his hand, hesitating if he should slap Loggy to see his attributes. By now, all of the factions had finished dealing with the returning officers, and most of them were preparing to leave. Before leaving, they all bid farewell to Han Xiao. After this battle, Han Xiao had formed a good relationship with them, and his personal influence spread beyond the Colton Star Cluster. Allies and collaborators were also part of the development of an organization. Han Zhao's goal was to have his friends spread throughout the entire star field so that people would send him toilet paper wherever he went. Now, he had taken a solid step towards this goal. Among them, the Star Beast organization was very grateful to Han Xiao for saving their leader, Global Eye. They originally did not trade with outsiders, but now they were willing to cooperate with the Black Star Corps. In version 3.0, the Star Beast organization started to hire outsiders. Players could do faction missions to gain favorability by many rare creature genetic potions and even by pets and mounts. Although they already had spaceships, the use of mounts was only to increase their appearance. Han Xiao wanted to buy some extremely rare galactic creature materials to level up his intermediate strength and life molding talent. After consuming the Void Lord's core, this idea was proven to be feasible. Han Xiao needed rare creature materials that met the requirements, and the Star Beast organization was an expert in this area. They agreed immediately and said that they would complete the request and inform him when the time came. Among the rescued people, there were many lone wolves. Although they rejected Han Zhao's recruitment, they all left their contact details and promised that if the Black Star Corps needed help in the future, they would not hesitate to help. Han Xiao saw them as potential help. The reputation of a grade A super was still reliable, and it was definitely not a loss for him to get close to them. Albert and the other 5 became Han Zhao's captives. After taking down their headquarters Ames also left with Han Xiao. A few days later, the large-scale operation directed by Han Xiao spread out. This time, not only was it not buried in the news, it even caused a huge uproar in the Shattered Star Ring, including the 7-star cluster civilizations. Countless organizations in the Shattered Star Ring were shocked by Han Xiao's actions. Many organizations from all over the world responded to Black Star and formed an army that even the star cluster civilizations did not dare underestimate. They listened to Black Star's orders, and this shocked countless people. Since when did Black Star have such great charisma? Ames also participated in this operation, and this made many people think. All along, the Dragon Emperor's organization had given the Shattered Star Ring the impression of being neutral, weak, and lazy. The appearance of the Black Star Core slightly increased the deterrence of Floating Dragon, but it was not enough to change the image of Floating Dragon in many people's hearts. However, this time, many people misunderstood that this was Floating Dragon's doing, purposely showing off their strength, and they could not help but be shocked. Unknowingly, Floating Dragon had already formed an alliance with so many organizations, and the 7-star cluster civilizations had no choice but to re-evaluate Floating Dragon's position. As a beyond grade A super, Ames had always been aloof from worldly affairs, but she had become more and more active in recent years. All of this had started after Black Star joined Floating Dragon. Black Star was like a catalyst, allowing Floating Dragon to be reborn. In just a few short years, he had helped Floating Dragon rise rapidly. After this incident, Floating Dragon had displayed a strong competitiveness, and some private organizations could not help but have thoughts. A faction with a beyond grade A in it had a bright future. As long as they made a call, they would be able to attract many people to join them. The news that Han Xiao had created was effective. If he could attract more allies for Floating Dragon, he would benefit from it as well. This operation also had another effect. The truth that Albert had revealed had caused Clint to be in big trouble. All the organizations that had been targeted had a unified statement, criticizing Clint's actions. In fact, most civilizations had done similar things before, and everyone had a tacit understanding. However, once it was exposed, they would become the target of public criticism. The Clint Kingdom felt very uncomfortable. They had been sitting at home, but trouble had fallen from the sky. They had been enjoying themselves as onlookers, but they had suddenly been implicated. The official spokesperson naturally denied it, but it was a pity that it was not of much use. Of course, Clint was a powerful star cluster civilization after all, and all the affected organizations would at most condemn them. However, the hidden effect was not small. More organizations became wary of Clint. At the moment when chaos was about to descend, every organization was very cautious. In fact, Albert did have a cooperative relationship with Clint, but Clint only provided them with information. Albert and the others came from another star field, and Clint was not their master. After a coincidental encounter, Clint had taken a liking to their strength and decided to provide them with information. They did have the intention of using someone else to do their dirty work, so Albert had not wronged Clint. Exposing such an incident at the moment, when they were targeting Purple Crystal, was equivalent to indirectly increasing Purple Crystal's help, giving the other party more chips in the secret war. The Clints had suffered a loss and were very angry about it. Black Star's actions had increased the difficulty for Clint and disrupted their original plan. Bloodshed Land had no choice but to adjust their strategy and delay the start of the war. The Blacklight Stealth was heading toward the Garden Star system. On the ship, Han Xiao extracted the super genes of Albert and the others, making them extremely weak. He then started interrogating them in their cells. The prey mission had not been completed yet, and the third round had not been refreshed yet. The mastermind behind this was still an enemy. To be able to command 6 grade A supers with strength close to grade A+, the organization behind this was definitely not simple. I've said it before. Clint ordered us to do this, Albert said weakly. Han Xiao shook his head. I didn't stop you from framing Clint because it's in my interest, but it doesn't mean that I really believe you. I know that torture might not work on you. Luckily, I brought professionals. As soon as he said that, Aesop walked in. He had followed Ames to join the fun and had been staying on the spaceship. His Esper ability was suitable for intelligence gathering. Even if Albert and the others did not confess, it would be useless. Aesop did not mind helping Han Shao. "I'll leave them to you, old man." Han Shao moved aside. Aesop snorted, touched the six of them, closed his eyes, and used his Esper ability. After a while, he opened his eyes, and his expression was not right. "Old man, did you find anything? I didn't expect it to be them." Aesop mumbled to himself, and his tone became serious. "Black Star, you've really provoked someone powerful this time." Han Shao narrowed his eyes. "I didn't provoke them. They were the ones who targeted me." "You're right. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky." Aesop sighed and mumbled, "I thought that I would never have anything to do with these people again. Everything related to them will become very troublesome. Stop keeping me in suspense." "Who are they? Have you heard of the Ancient Ones?" Han Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he became serious. Of course, he knew of this famous organization. Even in his previous life, the Ancient Ones were a famous organization in the eyes of the players. The Mecha Empire, Manison that Rista mentioned, was a member of the Ancient Ones. This organization was very special. They had very few members and were located in different star fields. They were all top figures in the galaxy and had lived for many years. The longest could be traced back to the end of the exploration era, and there was no lack of beyond grade A supers among them. The organization structure was very loose, and it could be understood as a top social circle. They had a very high status in the universe, and even the three universal civilizations had to treat them with respect. In the Calamity of the Supers version, many of the beyond grade A members of the Ancient Ones formed their own factions, and Manison was one of them. Aesop was once a member of the Ancient Ones, but he quit later on. "You're saying that the Ancient Ones are behind this?" Han Shao was serious. The Ancient Ones were indeed an organization that he could not afford to provoke at the moment. "I'm not sure. I didn't foresee the specific details. I only saw that this matter was somehow related to the Ancient Ones." Aesop explained. Hearing this, Han Shao looked at Albert. Albert's face was calm, and he did not show any reaction when Aesop mentioned the Ancient Ones. It was as if it had nothing to do with them, and Han Shao wondered if it was all an act. After thinking about it, Han Shao squatted down, looked into Albert's eyes, and asked, "Are the Ancient Ones your real masters?" "No." Albert frowned. "I've said it more than once, whether you believe it or not." Han Shao raised his brows. "If it really has nothing to do with the Ancient Ones, with your style, I think you'll be more than happy to let me provoke them." Albert suddenly fell silent and did not say anything else. Although Han Shao had rebutted him, he was now 100% sure that the Ancient Ones were the final enemies that the prey pointed to. Furthermore, the Ancient Ones was a very loose organization, and this might just be the plan of one of their members. What a coincidence! This is the second time I've crossed paths with the Ancient Ones. First, it was Erosia, and now it's these people. Han Shao fell into deep thought. This was too much of coincidence. Regardless of whether they're the Ancient Ones or not, I can't deal with them now. At least not now. Without reaching beyond grade A, I won't even be able to protect myself. Han Xiaoxin's mood was heavy. The enemy had already targeted him, and with Albert and the others dead, there would definitely be a new strong enemy. However, he had not even discovered the true identity of the enemy. This sense of crisis made him feel extremely pressured. However, worrying would not change anything. Han Shao sorted out his emotions. At this time, there was a problem in front of him. How should he deal with these 6 captives? It was not a good choice to stay at home and squeeze the juice. They were not the rookie space pirates. If they were lucky enough to escape, he would not be able to suppress them, and he would not be able to get much information out of the 6 of them. Keeping them alive would only bring more trouble. Chapter 634. Han Shao first returned to Floating Dragon to send Ames and Aesop back. Then, he decisively killed Albert and the others. On the way to Floating Dragon, He extracted a lot of gene potions from the 6 of them. He did not plan to lock the 6 of them in the Galactic Pirates' happy hut, as he did not want to take the risk. After killing the 6 of them, Han Shao received a huge wave of experience and even a few long-term character summon cards. Albert and the others were very calm in the face of death. Only Elliot was terrified and unwilling, but he did not reveal the true identity of the mastermind. This did not affect Han Zhao's actions. However, the loyalty of the 6 of them to the mastermind made him feel surprised and dignified. Someone who could make a grade A+ super so loyal had to be very scary. It could only be a beyond grade A super. No matter which member of the Ancient Ones organization it was not someone he could deal with at the moment. After killing the capable subordinates of the enemy, a grudge was formed. Han Shao had no other choice. The enemy had targeted him, and he could not just wait for death. Enmity was inevitable. The 3rd round of prey had not refreshed yet, and he did not know what kind of force the enemy would send to deal with him in the next wave. The only good news was that at least the beyond grade A super would not casually go to other star fields to attack, so he would not have to fight a beyond grade A super. However, he still felt a heavy pressure in his heart. For this, Aesop had specially divined for him and vaguely predicted that the Hunter incident had come to an end and would not cause any trouble in the short term. This made Han Shao heave a sigh of relief. Star fields were separated by very long, desolate universe belts, and it was not easy to travel or send messages across star fields. With Albert and the others dead, the enemy would not be able to deal with him for the time being. Now that Han Zhao's position in Floating Dragon was rising day by day, he was the best assistant to Ames. Aesop valued him greatly and mentioned many secrets of the Ancient Ones to him along the way, helping Han Shao guess who the mastermind was. The Ancient Ones were not of one mind. Every member had their own interests. Forming a faction was to combine the influence of all the members and gain a more respected position in the universe. That way, all the members would benefit. Normally, they would not act in the name of the organization. Aesop believed that the master behind Albert was only one of the Ancients, which was much better than the whole Ancients. After eliminating Albert and the others, the matter came to an end. Han Shao brought Loggy back to the Garden Star System's base number 1. Loggy was the only grade A officer in the Black Star Corps. Han Shao introduced Loggy to the other officers, letting them know that there was a new member. Loggy had just escaped and was still quite isolated. He did not interact with his colleagues and went to familiarize himself with the environment. Han Shao did not give Loggy any positions for now. A rank A strength was more than enough to become the vice captain. However, Loggy had just joined, so Han Shao felt that he needed to communicate with him more deeply before he could entrust him with important tasks. The secret war between Clint and Purple Crystal would not start anytime soon, so it was not possible to increase the relationship between the two factions. Han Shao did not have any urgent matters on hand, so he was free again. Coincidentally, while he was out causing trouble, a major event had attracted the attention of the players. The 2nd season of the Pro League was about to begin. Some players uploaded a video of the battle between dozens of Calamity-grade supers, showing the ability of the Black Star Corps. Port Bun's new video also mentioned the information about the next version. It was Han Shao who revealed that it was related to the Red Empire. These posts gave him a sense of presence. However, in front of the popularity of the Pro League, everything else had to be put aside. He could not steal the limelight of the Pro League. It was already the late stages of version 2.0. After a version, the number of players in Galaxy kept increasing. Although it had not reached the stage of explosive growth like in Han Zhao's previous life, the number was still considerable. The first season was quite successful, and the number of people paying attention to the 2nd season of the Pro League increased exponentially. The Galaxy Times focused on the Pro League for a few consecutive episodes to promote the Pro League. Han Shao returned to his room, took out a bottle of handsome otaku happy water, and gulped it down. He then opened the latest Galaxy Times. This was the last issue before the start of the Pro League. It was a final mobilization to add the last spark to this event. The two hosts showed off their ability to make cold jokes and went straight to the point, emphasizing the rules of the second season of the Pro League. A few novice planets were added in version 2.0, but most players had already left the novice planets and officially entered the galaxy. Therefore, the division of the divisions was no longer based on the novice planets, but on every star field with a novice planet. Because some of the novice planets were in the same star field, a few divisions were merged. There were 13 divisions in the previous season, and now there were 9 divisions. This meant that the teams of some countries would meet each other in the division, and the strong would fight to qualify. Even if the number of qualifiers was relaxed this season, the competition would still be more intense. The venues for the divisions were no longer the novice planets, but a few uninhabited planets that were very close to each other. With the entire planet as the venue, players who had already entered the galaxy could naturally come to the venue. There were not many changes to the competition format. It was still divided into the team competition and the individual competition. There were only 3 types of battles in the previous season, which were the single elimination round, the team competition, and the individual competition. This season, there was a 4th type, which was called the survival round. As the name suggested, it was a battle royale. It would appear in the points system of the division regular season and the international regular season, as well as the team competition and the individual competition. According to the introduction of the Galaxy Times, the team survival round was a free-for-all between 4 teams. The only winner would obtain a large number of points, the second and third place would obtain a certain amount of points, and the last place would not obtain any points. The individual survival round was a free-for-all between the 16 individual players. In terms of the competition schedule, the first stage was still the division qualifiers and the secondary Pro League. All players could sign up for the qualifiers and fight to the death. The secondary Pro League was a springboard prepared for the second-tier teams of some clubs. In total, the top 40 teams and the top 64 individuals would compete in the preseason competition before entering the division regular season. The division regular season used a round-robin system. The top 8 teams and the top 16 individuals would enter the division finals. After the division regular season, the champion of each division would enter the international all-star competition. The division finals would be a best-of-5 battle to determine the champion and runner-up of the division. As there were fewer divisions this season, the quota for entering the international competition was relaxed. The top 4 teams and the top 8 individuals of each division could enter the international regular season. The gap between the international competition and the division finals was greatly shortened this time, and the competition schedule was much tighter than the previous season. The international regular season also used a point-based system. The best players of each division would compete. The top 8 teams and the top 16 individuals would enter the international finals to compete for the world champion. Han Xiao looked at the video on the forum and nodded to himself. The competition format was the same as in his previous life. The only thing that changed was the participants. The program then focused on introducing the seeded players from China. When it came to the interview stage, the captains of the 4 biggest clubs in China were invited, as well as Mad Blade's Raging Sword, who was one of the top players in the international singles competition last season. The two hosts interviewed a few people and asked some questions about their preparation for the competition. Everyone interacted normally, and the atmosphere was relaxed. When it came to the last question, the two hosts asked about the goals of each team this season and their expectations. The answers of the 4 biggest clubs made countless Chinese viewers excited. Dynasty's King Admiral smiled lazily and said, "We only have one goal this season, and that is to win the Grand Slam in the team competition. We will definitely win the Division Championship and the World Championship." Temple of Gods Li Gu said in a very formal tone, "We will try our best to win every match and use our full strength. Hopefully, we can achieve something in the international competition and not disappoint all the Temple of God supporters." Fried eggplants with Fish's Sun eggplants said expressionlessly, "We missed the opportunity to enter the international competition last season. This season, we will wipe away our shame and become the final winner." Long Skies Hao Tian said in a serious tone, Our goal is only to become the world champion. The four biggest clubs all announced that they would be the champion, and they were very confident. This made the Chinese players excited. Although Dynasty had not performed badly when they were the runner-up last time and were not criticized, the Chinese players still felt regretful that they had missed the opportunity to become the champion. Because they were so close to the peak, they were even more determined to pursue the final victory. The four biggest clubs' announcements were very morale-boosting. The qualification for the international competition this time is for the division top four. If our four biggest clubs take the top four and all enter the international competition, that will be fun. That might not be the case. Although the four biggest clubs are strong, the other first-tier teams are not bad either. Rainy Kim's Thunderstorm team and Yen Rance Fanatics team are not to be trifled with. There are also strong teams like Heavenly Palace, Nine Gates, and Longhu. I have high hopes for Rivervale. Mad Blade's Raging Sword was in the top 16 last season. Rivervale reorganized their team with him as the core. He might be a dark horse. Many viewers discussed this on the bullet screen. On the program, Mad Blade was not as domineering as the captains of the four biggest clubs. He said that this was his first time leading a team and that he would do his best to enter the international competition. He did not dare to announce that he would be the champion. The clubs of the other countries were under pressure. Blue Star was the base camp of the Chinese players, and they had entered the Galaxy 1 or 2 years earlier than them. As a result, the average skill level of the Chinese teams was very high. All of them were strong teams that were not easy to deal with. Even the previous champion, France, did not dare to underestimate them and said that they would do their best to defend their title. Han Xiao was looking forward to seeing what kind of ranking China would get this time under his influence. In the second season of the Pro League in his previous life, Dynasty and Temple of God had taken third place in the World Championship and top 8 in the international competition respectively. This time, China's overall strength had a significant advantage, not only in terms of equipment, skills, and experience. The professional players had participated in the Galaxy competition early on, so their skill level had also been honed. The second season of the Pro League is an important stage. The first season was just to test the waters. The second season's publicity will be much stronger, and its influence will be many times greater than the first season. This directly led to a large influx of new players in version 3.0, and the number of players will increase explosively. The better China's results are, the more exposure they will have. This is beneficial to China, Han Xiao thought to himself. Currently, the millions of players under the Black Star Corps were the earliest players. There would be even more new players in the future. The large number of new players in version 3.0 was the second chance to expand the size of the army. Without the advantage of guiding the faction, he would have to compete with many factions in version 3.0. The Pro League was a channel to increase his appeal. Other than the long-term benefits, every Pro League was also a business opportunity. The players earned money to convert it into combat power. During the Pro League, the players' demand for equipment would temporarily skyrocket. The large number of gene potions in the warehouse would be very popular, and he was only afraid that he would not have enough stock. The Pro League stimulated the players' spending needs, and they were very willing to empty their wallets. This was a chance to make a lot of money. The competition venue was a few uninhabited planets in the Garden Star system. Han Xiao planned to gather his fleet to sell equipment on the spot and become the logistics support for all the participating players. Whether it was repairing equipment, selling items, or learning skills, the players would be able to spend money on the spot. How happy would that be? Regardless of whether the players were happy or not, Han Xiao was very happy. The Pro League is going to start in 10 days. It's time to move. Chapter 635. The day of the Pro League was getting closer and closer, and almost all the players had gathered on the planet. Even if they were not participants, they could participate in the event as spectators. This was a large-scale event that everyone could participate in, and the players who loved a lively atmosphere would not miss it. The uninhabited planet that was used as the venue was bustling with activity. Spaceships came and went, and the entire planet was used as the battlefield. The official players and volunteer players built many arenas and scenes. Continuing the style of the previous Pro League, the players were allowed to participate in the construction of the venue to increase the sense of immersion. Many players who chose to be spectators were more than willing to help. The casual players were busy preparing the venue on the planet, and the participating players used the remaining time to strengthen themselves, upgrade their equipment, and level up their skills. Han Xiao brought a fleet with a flagship as the core to transport the various resources in the warehouse to the planet. When the Black Star Core fleet appeared, the players on the planet were shocked. They did not know why the army fleet had appeared. After the fleet arrived, they stopped outside the atmosphere. Many players entered the flagship out of curiosity and found that Han Xiao was there as well. Some players asked, and Han Xiao's explanation was very simple. According to the intelligence, a large number of mercenaries of the army gathered on an uninhabited planet for no reason. This made me very confused. I thought that you guys had encountered some trouble, so I came over to take a look. This reason was both reasonable and unexpected. Many players felt that it was very interesting. The players were already used to the feedback of the NPCs. All their actions would affect the judgment of the NPCs and the evolution of Galaxy. This kind of feedback mechanism often made the players addicted to it. As a member of the Black Star Corps, the gathering of hundreds of thousands of people had alerted the faction leader to come over for an inspection. This was a new and interesting experience for the players. In terms of character interaction, some players like to role-play and communicate with the NPCs according to the game so that they would not fall out of character. There were also players who liked to be straightforward and directly admitted to Han Xiao that they wanted to participate in the competition. Since that's the case, I also want to see how much my mercenaries have grown. I happen to have nothing else to do for the time being. Han Xiao used a natural tone to give an excuse for staying, pretending to ignore the words Pro League that the players were talking about. His words hinted that he was treating this as a large-scale sparring event. Most of the players didn't suspect anything. They didn't think that there would be NPC spectators in the Pro League. They felt that it would be more fun. After discovering that the fleet also provided supplies, equipment repair, and potions purchase, the players were overjoyed. There was a supply station right next to them, making it convenient for everyone. The happiest were the club players. They were rich, and Black Star Supply Depot allowed them to adjust their tactics flexibly. They didn't have to go to other planets to buy equipment, which saved them a lot of time. Han Xiao was here to join the fun, so he wasn't worried about the players' suspicions. As long as he didn't remind them, normal people wouldn't think in that direction. Regardless of how low the possibility of players suspecting NPCs was, even if they did, it would be useless. He had been running wild for so long without any trouble. If there was a problem, it would have happened long ago. He didn't directly interfere with the Pro League, so he didn't panic at all. 3 days later, the highly anticipated second Pro League officially began. The qualifiers were the first stage. This was the appetizer before the main course. Countless players who were either playing around or had the ability to compete, under the arrangement of the tournament staff, formed teams to fight for the right to compete in the regular season. As the venue was much larger, compared to the first Pro League, the qualifiers were much shorter. On the forums, the Pro League officials released highlights of the qualifiers from each division. The topic of the second Pro League completely dominated the forums, and posts with other content were quickly pushed to the back. Tens of millions of players from various countries were passionately discussing the top teams, seeded players, and dark horses in each division. In China, the home teams of the Big Four all had direct tickets to the regular season and didn't participate in the qualifiers. The ones that received the most attention were the other top teams, such as Thunderstorm, Fanatics, and so on. Frenzied Sword's Rivervale Battle Team had also attracted a lot of attention. They eliminated one team after another in the preliminary round, breaking through all obstacles like a hot knife through butter. In the singles competition, only King Admiral, Madblade, and a few others who made it to the internationals had direct tickets to the regular season and didn't need to participate in the most competitive individual qualifiers. Because the team qualifiers required teammates, anyone could sign up for the individual qualifiers. Most players wanted to give it a try, so the number of people who signed up was the highest. Almost everyone was participating. Compared to version 1.0, the strength of the players was much stronger. There were more styles, and the fights were more intense and exciting. There were many different abilities, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Ever since entering the galaxy, the players had also come into contact with the mage and psychic classes. Some of the newer players, or old players with new accounts, chose these two classes. All the divisions had 5 superclasses, but there was a difference in the ratio. The classes that only appeared in version 2.0 naturally had the least number of players. However, compared to his previous life, the situation had changed. Originally, the proportion of mechanic class players was second to last, even surpassed by the mage class players. Now, however, the number of mechanic class players was second to none, second only to the pugilist class. The reason for this was that Han Xiao had tricked a large number of players into becoming mechanic class players in version 1.0. Another intuition that Han Xiao had was that the average strength of the Chinese players in this division was much higher than in his previous life. He had allowed Blue Star to enter the galaxy 1 or 2 years earlier. Be it in terms of experience, money, or battle experience, the Shattered Star Ring division had more advantages than in his previous life. The rich resources provided a strong support for the tactical choices of the teams. Any team that could be called had above-average combat strength. The second season of the Pro League was unprecedentedly grand. The entire planet was a battlefield, and the qualifiers and the secondary Pro League were in full swing. The competition was shorter than the first season, so it was more intense. More than 10 days later, the qualifiers finally came to an end in a festive atmosphere, and the regular season roster of each division was released. The roster of the other divisions was not much different from in his previous life, but in the Shattered Star Ring division, there were obvious changes. The strong teams did not have much of a problem, and they all qualified like in his previous life. The only changes were some of the lower spots, as many new teams and players had appeared. There was one person that surprised Han Xiao. Maple Moon, who was supposed to participate in the third season of the Pro League. Not only did she participate in this season, she even made it into the 64 players in the singles competition, becoming one of the dark horses. Han Xiao had watched the video of Maple Moon's qualifiers. She had been hanging out with Mad Blade and Hao Tian, and her skills had improved very quickly. She had the potential to become a professional player, or else she would not have made it in his previous life. However, compared to his previous life, Maple Moon's skills were still lacking. One of the main reasons she had made it into the singles competition was because she had used the blueprint that she had bought from Han Xiao to build the poor version of a Void Dragon mechanical suit. Originally, in the third season of the Pro League, the mechanic class had only started to gain the advantage of the version and started to rise. Although the mechanic class was not weak, it was not strong. A mechanical suit that could be considered godly at this level. Although it was far from being able to crush the first-rate players, it had increased Maple Moon's tolerance for mistakes. As the saying went, every version was a god. In version 2.0, the mechanic class was still not strong, but with Han Xiao, the great teacher, the mechanic class players did not have to take many detours. At least in the Shattered Star Ring division, the disadvantage of the mechanic class was not so obvious. In the singles competition, there were almost 10 more mechanic players than in his previous life. In terms of the battle teams, the mechanic class was also a tactical member that most teams needed. Han Xiao had earned a lot in the qualifiers. Not to mention the equipment sales. Almost all the players were using Black Star's mechanical equipment. He had also earned a lot from the gene potions, and the club teams had purchased them in large quantities. The gene potions had a good tactical effect and could become an X factor in battles. If not for the fact that he had enough stock, the club would have probably bought all of his gene potions. Using the business opportunity of the Pro League, Han Zhao's savings had broken through a small target. Everyone participated in the qualifiers, and the regular season was the main course. The impact of Han Zhao's recent large-scale operation had yet to fade, and many organizations were still paying attention to the Black Star Corps' every move. A large number of Black Star mercenaries had gathered on the competition planet, and this abnormal movement had attracted the attention of many organizations. They were secretly guessing Han Zhao's motive. When some of the mercenaries in the same industry heard the news, they were envious. This incident had indirectly shown the control that Black Star had over the army. Most mercenary groups did not have any loyalty, and Black Star had millions of fellow countrymen under his command. They were very united and were willing to follow Black Star's orders without spending any money. This was much more reliable than freelance mercenaries. Many organizations felt that Black Star already had the conditions and would have the opportunity to change from a mercenary group to a private armed organization in the future. Because of the previous incident, Section 0 had gained many helpers, and the Black Star Corps had entered the eyes of many of the upper echelons of the Amethyst civilization. Their faction relationship was only a few hundred points away from reaching respect. This incident had also attracted the attention of the Amethyst civilization. Black Star has gathered more than 80% of the Black Star Corps mercenaries to fight on an uninhabited planet. What is he doing? In Section 0's office, many foreign affairs emissaries were discussing this matter. Ralph knocked on the table and smiled confidently. There's only one explanation. Black Star is training his soldiers. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement. Ralph was full of smiles. In his opinion, this was the Black Star Corps preparing for the secret war. Chapter 636. The regular season was very exciting. The teams and players all fought to their best, and the competition was intense. Han Zhao's fleet stayed on the planet where the competition was held. He watched the broadcast on the forums to pass the time. Other than that, he sold all kinds of potions or built some machinery in his free time. Out of the 9 divisions, the Shattered Star Ring division was the most fun. The Chinese teams fought very intensely. The Black Star Corps provided all kinds of creative strategies, such as the group's self-destruct tactic using nuclear-powered flying backpacks. Those who dared to use this tactic had obviously given up on healing. They knew that they would not be able to advance, so they started to be naughty. Compared to the competition in the other regions, the competition between the Chinese teams was even more suspenseful. Due to the fact that Han Zhao was selling the gene serum, the competition was even more uncertain. Who knew how many times the Chinese teams had turned the tables? As the regular season came to an end, the finalists of the various divisions were basically confirmed. What surprised Han Zhao was that Mad Blade's Rivervale team actually climbed to the second place in the division, right behind the Dynasty team that had won almost all their matches. It was Mad Blade's first time leading a team, and such a result was very eye-catching. Rivervale was actually not very strong in a proper battle. However, in the new survival mode, they were like gods helping them. They managed to survive until the end many times and obtain a large number of points. Therefore, in the second half of the competition, they continuously destroyed the other strong teams and reached the second place. The 8 teams that had advanced in the Shattered Star Ring Division Finals were ranked according to their points. Dynasty, Rivervale, Long Sky, Temple of God, Thunderstorm, Fried Eggplants with Fish, Fanatics, 9 Gates in the singles competition, King Admiral, Mad Blade, Hao Tian, Ligue, and other strong players all made it to the top 16. Maple Moon was ranked 38th. Although she was unfortunately eliminated, her performance was remarkable and attracted a wave of fans. Although she did not achieve the results of the 3rd Pro League in Han Zhao's previous life, she made a name for herself 1 season earlier. Many teams wanted to sign her and train her. After the regular season ended, there would be a break before the division finals began. As the schedule was tighter than the previous season, there would not be too long of a break. During this period of time, the teams of the 9 divisions and the individual point winners would participate in the international all-star competition and perform in the competition. The Chinese players were leaving comments on the forum. They could not wait to see Dynasty fight with other strong teams from other countries again. The previous world champion, French Tulip, was also the champion of the division. As the runner-up, Dynasty would have the opportunity to fight the previous champion again. Although it was just an exhibition match, countless Chinese players still hoped that Dynasty could avenge their previous humiliation and maintain their strength in the regular season. They wanted to beat them to death. Before the start of the International All-Star competition, Han Xiao received a piece of good news. During the Player League, the Star Beast organization had finally gathered the rare creature materials that Han Xiao had requested and sent them to Han Xiao from afar. In the main hall of the flagship, a member of the Star Beast organization who was transporting goods presented an alloy box and spoke respectfully. "Your Excellency Black Star, the goods you requested have been delivered. Leader Guobalai salutes you." "Okay, thank him for me. We will have many opportunities to work together in the future." Han Xiao nodded and sent the person away. He then carried the box to the cultivation room. After closing the door of the cultivation room, Han Xiao opened the box. White frost-like air flowed out and blocked his vision. After it dispersed slightly, Han Xiao saw 10 tubes of liquid of different colors. Some were colorful, some were transparent, and some were dark blue. These were all drugs refined from the essence of rare galactic creatures. They were basically related to the void species. There was a risk of mutation when injecting biological drugs. The direct manifestation was that it would reduce attributes. The lower the compatibility, the more likely it was to mutate. To prevent the risk, Han Xiao had listed rare creatures with the void bloodline in the list. He was a void species himself, so it would be difficult for him to mutate if he had high compatibility. Void creatures were not easy to find. The Star Beast organization had spent a lot of effort to gather them. Han Xiao took out the syringe gun and injected them into his body one by one. He would rest for a while in between to check the reaction. After confirming that there were no problems, he would inject the next tube. The first few tubes gave him a few new attributes, but the effect was slowly decreasing. By the sixth tube, it no longer gave him any attributes. The last time his talent leveled up, it also happened when he continued to inject after it no longer gave him any attributes. Your talent, Intermediate Strength and Life, has leveled up. Upgrade complete. Original talent has become Advanced Strength and Life. This talent has finally leveled up. Han Xiao's face was filled with joy. Before the upgrade, the ratio of Yindi to HP was 130. Now it was 160. Not only that, there was a new effect. Every 40% HP loss would increase all attributes by 10%. This new effect gave him a flash of inspiration. I have 2 talents that convert HP and MP, and my HP regeneration is extremely fast. If I can trigger a new effect every 40% HP loss, it means that the longer the battle, the stronger I will become. Harmon had a similar ability, and he had seen its power with his own eyes. As expected of a molding talent, the increase to my combat strength is immediate. The only problem is my HP is too low. It will take a long time to reduce my HP by 40%. Health, 117910. My HP is finally broken through the 100,000 mark. Pugilists are nothing. Even if the Vanguard officials of Bloodshed Land gang up on me, I can tire them to death. When the Secret War starts, I can find them and have some fun. Han Xiao chuckled. He was already as tanky as a wild horse. How could he still be a mechanic? He might as well be a muscle mechanic. At the center of the explored universe was the base star fields of the 3 universal civilizations. These were the 3 most prosperous star fields in the galaxy and were collectively known as the Central Galaxy. There were as many strong people as there were clouds, and it was the center of power and wealth of the universe. The Abyss of Stars was one of the 3 star fields of the Central Galaxy, the core territory of the Radiant Federation. In this star field, there were some well-known forbidden areas. Shadow Ancestral Land was one of them. This was a man-made planet. Beside, it was a strange black satellite. There was no land or water, as if it was a gaseous planet made of some kind of black gas. The reason why the Shadow Ancestral Land was a forbidden area in the Abyss of Stars was because it was the territory of the Beyond Grade A Super, Thousand Shadows. Just like the Shattered Star Ring, as one of the central galaxy's Abyss of Stars, there were also Beyond Grade A Supers there, and there were more than 4 of them. Among the Beyond Grade, as in the Abyss of Stars, Thousand Shadows was a recognized anomaly. No one knew his name, and no one had ever seen his true face. The travelers who had set foot in the ancestral land of shadows had disappeared without a trace. This gave Thousand Shadows a mysterious and dangerous aura. People could only understand him from a few words of legends. These legends could be traced back to the end of the exploration era. There were already records of Thousand Shadows thousands of years ago. There was a city in the Shadow Ancestral Land. There were many buildings, many bases, and countless spaceships docked at the docks. However, the strange thing was that there was almost no one there. It was dead silent and desolate. A man was running on the empty street. The sound of his footsteps and the wind was one of the few sounds in this silent city. In the middle of the city was a tower-like palace. He ran into the palace with its door open, ran through the silent corridor, and followed the spiral staircase to the top of the palace. This was a very spacious room. On the wall at the end of the room, there was a round black mirror with a diameter of 5 meters. The man came before the mirror, and the dark and smooth mirror reflected the man's face. It was plain, and his eyes were pure white like 2 white crystals. The man stared at the mirror and murmured, "Your Excellency, Thousand Shadows, I have no intention of disturbing your sleep. Something has happened. Albert has failed. The team in the Shattered Star Ring was wiped out, and their prey was rescued. We need your guidance." Then, the man patiently waited for a response. After a while, ripples suddenly appeared on the mirror, and an indescribable, strange voice sounded. It was ethereal and hoarse, like the whisper of a high being. "What about the others?" The teams hunting prey in the other star fields did not encounter any trouble. "Everything is normal. The new shadow will convey my will." The next moment, the dark satellite in outer space suddenly shot out a thin black ray, heading straight for the Shadow Ancestral Land. It accurately hit the top of the palace, like a bridge connecting the 2 planets. Whoosh! The black mirror in the room let out a rippling sound. The next moment, 10 dark figures walked out of the black mirror one after another. It was as if they had walked out of the mirror into the real world. These figures were completely black, emitting tiny black particles that evaporated and disappeared in the air. It was unknown what they were, but the shapes of the figures were still changing. New limbs were growing out and disappearing one after another. In a few breaths, the 10 figures finally took shape. The blackness on the surface of their bodies quickly faded, as if a layer of fetal skin had been removed. They turned into 10 creatures of different species. Some were humanoid, and some were not. Their appearances and physical characteristics were also different. It was as if they were all independent living beings. The leader was a naked and beautiful woman. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. This breath of oxygen seemed to awaken her sleeping body. Only then did she slowly open her eyes. Her sluggish eyes gradually turned lively. She stretched her body and let out a comfortable moan. "How long have I been asleep? I seem to have forgotten a lot of things." The woman raised her eyebrows, looking like she was reminiscing. "My name is Stephanie?" The man beside her was already used to this scene. He nodded and said, "Hello, Stephanie. What orders does His Excellency Thousand Shadows have?" Thousand Shadows? Stephanie felt a sense of familiarity with this name. Many memories flooded her mind, and she said without hesitation, "He wants us to continue Albert's mission, continue to capture the targets on the list, and catch the prey that escaped." The man nodded. "Okay, the 10 of you will be the new team operating in the Shattered Star Ring. Follow me to get your equipment. Take a break and set off. Remember Albert's lesson. You have to be more secretive. I'll try my best." That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.